Ladies and gentlemen, who's ready for some Majora? I'm actually pretty looking forward to this one. I mean, I was looking forward to Ocarina too, but I'm mostly doing it off camera, so that's whatever. Alright, so this game sucks. It's the worst game ever. Actually, I just want to say one thing really quick. We fixed the pinky problem. So I actually have... I don't know if you can really see. I've got an extra little padding thing here, which I usually use just to make it more comfortable. But I didn't realize it actually also gets rid of the pinky problem, because I can... So with these grippers here, I can hold it up like this, so it doesn't slip anymore, right? So now the pinky problem's gone. Yay! I had to take it off my other 3DS, but it fits, so we're cool. Alright, Majora's Mask. We all know this one, right? This is the Deep Space Nine of Zelda games. Now, I need to codify that as a lorium, because I keep using that as an explanative. Real quick, thank you, Cycloud. Very much, as always. And I'll jot that one down for you. Already told me. Thief 1, there it is. I see it. So, yeah, this game, it's... For those of you who have never heard me use that phrase, Deep Space, if you ask a Star Trek fan which their favorite Star Trek show is, I'd say about 80% of the time the answer is going to be Deep Space Nine. It's the one that everyone's like, oh man, no, and it's great, it explores new boundaries, and it tries new things, and it's awesome. But Deep Space Nine isn't the most popular Star Trek show. In fact, it's actually less popular than shows like Voyager by several metrics. TNG and TOS, those are the popular ones, which obviously is a different metric, which is why I described that. Now, that being stated, I should mention, one of the reasons we're late today, we're actually using a slightly different setup. It shouldn't be noticeable, except I'm hoping the lag is less. If not, at the very least, hopefully it should be the same qualities we've had, but, you know. Anyway, so yeah, Majora's Mask. You ask a Zelda fan, and I'd say about 60 to 50% of the people I ask, what's your favorite Zelda, will say Majora's Mask. Not me, personally. That's Twilight Princess for me. But I can see the appeal now. So, I said I'd give you a little bit of this backstory. I kind of already talked about this during Ocarina because we didn't have much to discuss. But, oh yeah, Ocarina is definitely the TNG, or Breath of the Wild, since Breath of the Wild sort of... So, yeah, Ocarina of... So, I didn't get Majora's Mask back when it came out. And it's easy for me to explain why. You know, I always give you, that's a damn good question, Junior Shar. I always give you guys a bit of a reason why I didn't pick up a game at the time. It's also kind of unusual for me, except in a period of time right about between the PS1 and the PS2, mostly because of the real-life issues I was having at the time. You know, college and homelessness and all that fun stuff. But this was before that. Majora's Mask predates that. So why the hell didn't I get into Majora's Mask? Well, how many of you have seen the intro to this game? Not the thing that's playing right now. This is awesome. This is getting a positive. No, I mean specifically the thing that plays right at the beginning. It's like, oh, we're lost. We're in the woods. We chase after the thing. We go down, and then we have a drug trip. You remember that? So, so this is actually funny timing if you think about this. I used to have a policy of renting games before I buy them. But then when I got to the N64 era, I started getting cocky. I was like, you know what? No, I'm just going to buy games that I know I like because I totally know I'm going to like them after I had a job at that point in time and everything. So, you know, I had disposable income. I'm just going to buy the game. It's going to be great. It's going to be cool. So I just bought Quest 64. We all know how that one turned out. So I went right back to the policy of renting. Now, I happened to live within like a 5-minute walk of a rental facility at that point in my life. So, new Zelda game comes out. Cool. I'm gonna walk over and rent that game. So I rent Majora's Mask, come home, play it pretty much to the drug trip scene. And, well, Quest 64 predates this game by a couple years. Junior Shire, so just saying. Anyway, so I rent Majora's Mask, take it home, get through the drug trip scene, and returned it. And I didn't touch Majora's Mask for years afterwards, about 5 or so years, give or take, depending on when exactly you defined it right there. Finally, oh, I guess I should actually pick it up, because it's right here. You know, years later, completely turned my life around, have a new job now. This is the network engineer job. Some of you have seen me. And I bought this. No, I didn't even play the first cycle. That drug trip was sufficient for me to walk away from. So I bought this. For those of you not aware, this is a GameCube copy, which included Zelda 1, Zelda 2, Ocarina of Time, Master Quest, and Majora's Mask. So I went ahead and played a bit of Majora's Mask, and didn't really get into it. Didn't really enjoy it. Didn't actually finish it. So I was just like, it's alright, I guess. I mean, everyone was ranting about how it's the greatest thing ever, so I was just kind of like, okay, sure, I'll give it a try, right? Wasn't really into it. Much later at this point, like, again, jump forward several years, about 3 or 4 years later, this exact version of the game came out. I'm like, alright, you know what? I'm going to finally do it. I'm going to finally commit to sitting down and completing Majora's Mask. And I 100%ed it. Oh, actually, 90%ed it. And actually enjoyed myself for the first time. Make of that what you will. So, now, if you're paying attention, you're like, wait, Laura, so you've only beaten this game once before now? Well, actually, no, I've beaten this game twice before now. Once for that particular playthrough, and once for the Rumination, which was actually not that long after that. But that's it. that's the full extent of my knowledge of this game. So, yeah, we're going to be using a walkthrough before we even get started. We're just going to commit to that. We're doing it. I've got a walkthrough up over here. We're not even playing around this time. Now, I'm going to go ahead and give the game a story positive for the demo. This is a strange one, but the demo does something that most demos should do. I'm saying this wrong. This game does what most demos do, what good demos do, but it does it on the story axis rather than the gameplay run. It doesn't really get us into the ideas of what we can do and how we can do them and serve as a thing. Instead, what it does is it gives us the tone. Now, Majora's Mask, by necessity, kind of requires you to have played Ocarina of Time. Everything about... Yeah, let me walk that back. You don't have to play Ocarina of Time to enjoy Majora's Mask. But this game was built for people who have played Ocarina of Time. So, to explain that a little bit, hang on, let's just stop it. Tired of seeing that loop. To explain that a little bit, think about... Hear me out for just a second. Think about the Deku Tree in Ocarina of Time, right? Now, the Deku Tree is built for someone who's never played a video game before. No, seriously. I could go down piece by piece and explain just the first... I'm not going to waste your time with it. But I can explain just the first room and how it's designed to introduce video game concepts to people, for whom the N64 might be their first console, and Ocarina might be the first game. Now, if you're paying attention, that's not unusual. Many Nintendo games, core Nintendo games, are designed with that exact same mentality. I call it languageless tutorialization. AKA, you have no idea what you're doing, you've never done this before, and they just kind of showcase through the game's design what you can do and how you can do it, and it sort of unlocks as you go, right? So that's Ocarina of Time. Majora's Mask pretty much requires you to have already played Ocarina of Time. Now that's fine. There's nothing wrong with that. You know, Mass Effect 2 pretty much requires you to have played Mass Effect 1, right? There's nothing wrong with the sequel pretty much mandating you play the previous one. But I only mention that because it really does showcase the difference in philosophy when it came to designing this game, which makes sense because this was actually just originally an expansion for Ocarina of Time. One moment, please. Someone is in the hospital. Give me just a second. So, with that completely different mentality going into it, it makes a degree of sense. They were making this thing. That's a good question, Hazardous. Uh, they have just been rushed in. So, they were making something called Ura Zelda, which was later renamed into Zelda Gaiden. It's like, hey, we're going to make this whole thing. And you're probably thinking, hold on, why would you make an expansion to Ocarina of Time? Well, we've actually discussed this before because this has come up several times in this particular era. And that is, let's call it what it is, the PlayStation. I've talked about this many times, and I've dipped my toes into this, because the problem is discussing the PlayStation and its history is actually insane and requires a huge amount of discussion and thought, because it not only changed, it only was part of the development of many other things at the time, but it also had a major impact on the development of many other things that were happening for years to come. One of those things was something called the 64DD. Some of you know about that. But yeah, the 64DD was something they actually spent a fairly large amount of time, money, and effort in developing, and then completely pulled the plug on. Whether that was the right move or not is certainly more a matter for historians than it is for reality, but the point remaining that quite a few games were developed with the 64DD in mind, and then the 64DD went away, and that impacted literally dozens of games, some of which just got axed entirely. Looking at you, the mother thing. Some of those games got pushed forwards instead and became GameCube games like Mario Sunshine. And some of those games were Majora's Mask. This is probably the weirdest development cycle I've ever seen in a video game. Okay, I want you to make an expansion to this game, and it's going to run on this brand new hardware. Okay, the brand new hardware doesn't exist, so we can't make this expansion. Oh, you want to make a game anyways? Tell you what, I'll give you a year. About 11 months to go ahead and push this together. I'll support you, don't worry, but get to it. And somehow we got Majora's Mask out of that nonsense. Sure. So, that led to Majora's Mask. Now, I should also mention something else. Let's talk about... Yeah, this is a Star Wars instead of a... Ocarina of Time was a Jurassic Park. Majora's Mask is a Star Wars. Majora's Mask had pretty much everything going against it. Did I mention that the original N64 version of this game actually required the memory card expansion just to run the game? So yeah, they had everything going against it. Fortunately, Majora's Mask was good, sold very well, and pretty much cemented Aonuma as the Zelda guy. But wait, I hear you say, Aonuma worked in Ocarina of Time. That is true, and he was the director of Ocarina of Time. But the reason I put that in quote-unquotes is because anybody who studied the production of anything, when it comes to games, shows, or movies especially, you know that director... There's a difference between the director title and the director position. As we've already talked about, Miyamoto was the position director of Ocarina of Time, even though Aonuma was the title director of Ocarina of Time. Miyamoto threw himself into Ocarina in the same way that he threw himself into Mario 64, another game we've talked about very recently. Those were the last games he really flung himself into prior to the debacle with 128, and that led to him taking a backseat in game development. Majora's Mask, while Miyamoto was certainly working on it, along with... I need to look this up to remember how to pronounce this. And of course I already closed the page because I'm stupid. Hang on. So this was Aonuma, Miyamoto, and Koizumi. That's the other one. Koizumi, which is another big Nintendo name. These people... Koizumi still works there, I'm pretty sure, actually. I guess all of them still work there. The three of them were the big boys for this one. But yeah, Aonuma, this was his baby. He was the mainliner, to use my own terminology, for Majora's Mask. And he took it, and he owned it, and he ran with it. And like I said, this solidified him as the Zelda guy. And he has been the Zelda guy up until now. He is still currently the head of Zelda development. Now, Miyamoto did obviously contribute. Some sources disagree on this. This is funny to me. Some people say Aonuma came up with the 3 days thing. Aonuma himself actually says that Miyamoto came up with the 3 days concept, the timer concept. We'll talk about that in a minute. We've got a few other things that were kind of tossed back and forth between them. But the long and the short of it is they were absolutely rushed, and they were like, okay. And they did something that I will credit them to. Rather than do the typical Zelda thing, they said, we don't have time to design that many stages. Because the Nintendo standard for designing stages has always been, going all the way back to Mario Bros. 1, has always been polish, polish, polish. We've been talking about this so much over the last couple of weeks with Mario Bros. 1, 2, 3, World, 64, and arguably Sunshine. We've also talked about this with Galaxy, Galaxy 2, Odyssey. The standard of quality is to look at that level and to iterate and iterate and iterate until it is a polished shine. Sometimes they don't succeed, looking at you, Master Quest. Sometimes they really don't succeed, looking at you, Sunshine, but the fact remains that's the standard. And they looked at Majora and said, we can't do that. We don't have time. So we've got these 4 dungeons, which we've worked on pretty solidly. What else do we add to the game? I know. What? Why don't we make side quests? Now, I've heard several different iterations of where they got the inspiration for the side quests and why they decided to go it, but they decided to go deep into the side quest mentality. And so they did. So this game, in terms of core content, is actually primarily side quests. Or I shouldn't even say primarily, it's majorly. No pun intended. What was the deadline? That's a good question. I don't actually know. I could speculate. It's probably the usual, because again, this is before Nintendo finally decided to start ejecting deadlines from their development philosophy, which is something that wouldn't happen until the mid-GameCube era. But either way, it was probably the usual. We need to push a game out. Let's go. I could talk about how they use fog effects. I could talk about how they changed the draw distance. They actually completely changed how textures were mapped in this game compared to the original. But the real thing I'm here to talk to you about, and I'm sure Syra could talk to you about this too, is the differences between this and the 3DS version. So, we already mentioned this previously. The 3DS version of Ocarina is very minorly... let me walk that sentence back. It's not really worse than the N64 version of Ocarina. What I mean by that is, while there are certainly several changes, it is effectively just the N64 version with some quality of life updates and a graphics overhaul, which is good. It's a good remaster. Majora's Mask, they bothered to change more things. The list of changes is actually quite large. It's all small stuff. The kind of stuff you probably wouldn't even notice if you weren't actually familiar with the base game. But it is a fairly large laundry list. In fact, there's a specific and indeed official term for this laundry list. It is called, and I quote, the What in the World list. I've actually got the interview up here, right here, where they were interviewing the developers of this game, specifically the 3DS version. And Aonuma got involved, and he came up with this list, which is called What in the World Was I Thinking? That's hence the term of the list. And I quote, every time a What in the World came up, I always apologized and made excuses on why I did that at the time. I was probably able to do it because I thoroughly replayed the game first, and I had a clear idea of what needed to be accomplished. I wrote a bunch of comments where I thought things weren't good. I'm sorry that this comes from the one that made this way, but at the time I think there was something wrong with me, ... and so forth and so on. And so Aonuma was actually personally involved in this particular remake and worked with Grezzo on it in order to try and give them a laundry list, the What in the World list of changes to try and make the game better. This is the catch, because these changes definitely make the game different. Whether they make the game better or not is more a matter of opinion. Now, you know me. I like to give my opinion, and I like to acknowledge that other opinions exist. I think I've already given my opinion, but let me reiterate that in case you missed it. The 3DS version of the game is the first time I was ever able to actually enjoy the game. So, obviously, in my case, better. There are some big exceptions. There are, in fact, 2 big exceptions in which I have no idea why they made these changes. And in fact, one of them was already referenced in chat just now, which is the Zora Link swimming speed. I have no idea what they were thinking with that. Not a clue. There's another one which we'll point to when we get there. It has to do with boss design. But either way, so this game is going to be a little bit different and is even more important for why we're reviewing this particular version of the game. Okay, making sure I've got all my notes here ready to go, because again, we're just going straight into having, you know, a walkthrough, because I don't want to miss anything. I had a really good walkthrough at one point in time, and I couldn't find it again this morning, which really sucks. Just irritating, but whatever. Oh yeah, so, demo. Let's go and give the story positive for the demo. So, sorry, I was kind of talking all of that to build up to why I felt the demo was a story positive. So the game is built around the idea that you've played Ocarina. So let's actually, now that we've said all that, let's actually watch that demo again really quick. So we've got a township, right? I shouldn't be watching that video, I should be watching this vision. We've got a township, there's Link just kind of hanging out. It's a take on the town theme, which, you know, it's whatever. It's a little melancholy sounding, a little low tier, but otherwise, you know, it's peaceful. Everything's cool. Everything's cool. Just kind of chilling. Everything's alright, I guess. It's weird, but whatever. We're here. We've got a recurring motif of masks, which is pretty obvious right off the gate. One of the things that the demo emphasizes, which is important, is the number of NPCs. Again, that's important when it comes to Majora's Mask, considering how much of this game rests on the NPCs. Now, Ocarina certainly didn't have an absence of NPCs, but what Ocarina didn't have is a bajillion cutscenes, or sorry, side quests, and a meat of content focused around said side quests. So the game's kind of getting you into the idea that there's a lot of people, you should probably talk to them. We also see the game, we physically see how things change a little bit at night. We've got the kid, everything's kind of cool, music's cool. We see a mini game in the distance. We may or may not know that. Link's still just kind of chilling, like you do. And now things are even more empty than they were before. That's strange. I mean, I guess it's nighttime, so that makes sense. But you notice how each scene is a little bit less lively, until this scene, which is actually barren of NPCs, and then the music shifts. And that pretty effectively establishes the tone. Just pretty much perfectly sets up what kind of a game this is going to be. Right there. Bam. This game... So several people say this is the darkest Zelda. Oh, hey, there's my other save. There's the save I was just referencing. The 100% save. Or 90% save, excuse me. We'll, of course, not be doing that. We'll be doing this one. But, some people say this is the darkest Zelda game. I actually disagree completely. I think this is the creepiest Zelda game. But I do think this is a fairly dark Zelda game, as indeed all Zelda games are. As we've talked about several times. Also, most of the side quests and general themes and tones of this game were actually established by the mood, themes, and tones of the developers and the nightmares they were going through, both literally and metaphorically, as they were making this game. Either way, Ocarina of Time happened. Done with the battles he once waged across time, he embarked on a journey, a secret and personal journey. This amuses me. He was in search of a beloved and invaluable friend. A friend with whom he parted ways when he finally fulfilled his heroic destiny and took his place amongst legends. Now, what's funny is that wasn't officially confirmed to be Navi for about a decade until the Hyrule Historia came out. At which point they finally officially confirmed, yeah, no, he's looking for Navi. I'm just amused to share that because that was actually the realm of theory until then. Skull Kid, also from Ocarina. I wonder if there's anything good on him. Huh? This guy? That shouldn't be a problem. We're apparently out cold. What a pretty ocarina. Hey, Skull Kid, let me touch it. I want to see. You can't, Tail. What would we do if we dropped it and broke it? No way. You can't touch it. Oh, but sis, why can't I try it out too? This is probably a good time to mention that Link is not dead in this game. Which I only even bring up because that was a theory for an extremely long time. And has been officially deconfirmed. Link is not any more dead than Squall is. Alright, so... it's hard to explain this to people who haven't actually played the games. But they did something to the controls of Majora's Mask. So the game controls just a little bit more fluidly than Ocarina. And again, it's hard to really explain it. The best way to show it is to do this. So here's the drug trip. This is actually even drug trippier on the N64, mostly because of the variance in texture quality and fuzziness and the like. Because it was a lot less distinct. A lot more hazy. So this is a good time to mention that Junior Shire is awesome, but I do hope your presentation goes well. What's with that stupid horse of yours? It doesn't listen to a word that I said to it. There's no point in writing anything like that, so I did you a favor and got rid of it. So, okay, let's talk about fairies for just a second. Or more accurately, let's talk about fae. Now, anybody who knows anything about folklore and culture they're related to knows that fae are bad, right? But the thing is, that's not always portrayed in more modern media as a universal thing, and Zelda's no exception to that, because we get plenty of assistance from fairies, and we see good fairies and yada yada. The distinction, and this is something that Majora's Mask actually hits pretty hard, and it is something that continues to be a theme throughout the entire work, which is why I'm bringing it up, is there's a thing, and then there's a thing taken too far. This is good and this is bad, and this is a recurring motif. Someone being fond of someone, someone being obsessive or possessive about someone, someone playing a prank on someone, or someone playing a mean prank on someone, and so forth and so on, right? There's other examples, and I'll try to point them out as we go, because this is kind of a low-run light. But you get the idea, right? We see this right off the bat with Skull Kid, who, back in the first game, and indeed even early on, was mostly just playing light little pranks, not really doing too much, and then he kills Epona, or whatever he does here. And then he does what he's about to do. He crosses the line, in short. And this is Skull Kid's entire character arc in one sentence. He crosses the line. Ah, boo-hoo, why the sad face? I just thought I'd have a little fun with you. Oh, come now, do you really think you could beat me as I am now? Lol. I could shake my head like this! Yeah, no kidding, Cashel. This is a good time to mention that all of the masks that we wear, well, most of the masks we wear, the masks that change our appearance, that's a better way to put that, are constructed of the souls of people who have died, usually recently. Now, I mentioned that because at some point, immediately related thereto, Skull Kid actually killed this Deku. And we'll talk about this later, because it actually comes up later as well. Infused that into a mask, and then infused that mask onto us, essentially cursing us with that person's soul, and now we are cursed to have the form of a Deku child. Now that's a good look for you. You'll stay here forever looking like that. Speaking of character arcs... Oh, Skull Kid, wait for me. I'm still here. Tail, you can't leave without me. Damn it, Tattle. If I wasn't dealing with you, I wouldn't have gotten separated from my brother. Well, don't just sit there, Deku boy. Do something. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something stuck on my face? Will you stop staring and just open the door for me? Please? Come on, a helpless little girl is asking you, so hurry up. Tail, I wonder if that child will be alright on his own. Yeah, Tattle... I've often thought that Tattle is actually the prototype of Midna in several ways. Or perhaps Midna was inspired by Tattle. However you want to think of that. Well, the Lost Woods is a very magically infused, cursed area in general, so it wouldn't surprise me if it can, Noel. I say that vaguely because, I mean, we have to presume it as such. Notice they've already gotten rid of one of the audio spam problems of the first game. So, that stuff back there. I, apologize, so take me with you. Wondering about the Skull Kid who just ran off, right? Well, I just happen to have an idea of where he might be going. Take me with you, and I'll help you out. Deal? Please? Good, it's settled. Now then, I'll be your partner, at least until we catch the Skull Kid. My name's Tattle, so, nice to meet you or whatever. Now that we got all that straightened out, can we stop messing around and get moving? If you figure something out, press this button. Tutorial. Yeah, I'm with you, Link. So, boop. Right off the bat, they introduce what is effectively the mask mechanic. What I mean by the mask mechanic is, so there's actually quite a few masks in this game. In fact, there's that many masks in the game. You can see on the bottom screen there. Now, the way that works is there's actually like 5 types of masks, but there's 2 types of masks that matter for our relevance. There are masks that change how you play, and there are masks that are mostly for interacting with others. The masks that change how you play are, in many ways, the kit of this game. Now, obviously, we do have other kit. We do have tools and items and bombs and all that fun stuff. But the masks allow us to literally change our form, which changes how we can do things. Oh my god, I've already... Okay, so, apparently, we're going to turn the Are We Going for the Fierce Deity mask into the drinking game of the game. So, as soon as I get this hair off of my keyboard, I'm going to take a drink. Okay. Alright, back into it. So, most of the interface is the same, but you see how we have a separate mask tab and item tab, which goes back to what I mentioned earlier. We've got our gear, which is mostly just a denominator, and of course we've got most of the other same stuff we've got previously. But let's go ahead and do this. We know, so, right, different things. So, the main thing that we get as the Deku Mask is the ability to do this. There's actually other things, and we'll talk about this as we go. But notice how, once again, even though this is a game you're supposed to play after having played these games before, we have a nice... Whoops, hello. There we go. Nice, safe area in which to get used to this mechanic and how to play it. I think it's the dumbest thing I've heard in recent memory, Pika. It's dumb, stupid, and terrible, and the people who repeat it are dumb, stupid, and terrible. Any questions? I also love the animations of the Deku Scrub mask. By the way, before anybody asks, my favorite mask is probably the Goron masks, but we'll get to that in a minute. So, now we have a substantially less safe area to do this in. Notice how, once again, the design of this place is built around the concept that you've already beaten Ocarina of Time. The only reason I bring that up is because it goes back to what we were talking about, with Master Quest. You could tell just by looking at it, just by looking at the level design, that this is built for people who already are familiar with most of the concepts and precepts of what a level is. They still have escalation, they still have tutorialization, but it's nowhere near as much, hey, this is your first video game. It's much more, alright, this is your new tool, and here's how you use it, kind of a deal. I know, Pika, it's just, God, I hate that theory so much. This is still the same Link that is dead in Twilight Princess, yes. This is the same Link... whoops, I got turned around there. This is the same Link from Ocarina, and the same Link that is dead in Twilight Princess. So, we should talk about that, too. This is something I've discussed several times before. There's two kinds of sequels. I've talked about this before. There are direct sequels, and there are indirect sequels. There's also iterative sequels and dynamic sequels, but let's not get into that right now. A direct sequel is exactly what it sounds like. It is a game that happens both literally and metaphorically because of the events of the previous. An indirect sequel is something that happens after the previous events, but doesn't really have anything to do with the previous events. This is something we talked about extensively during the Ganondorf trilogy, because Wind Waker is a direct sequel to Ocarina of Time, whereas Majora's Mask is an indirect sequel to Ocarina of Time. This is the same Link happening just months after the previous game, but this is an indirect sequel because it has nothing to do with the previous game. Wind Waker is happening entirely and 100% because of the events of Ocarina of Time. In fact, the Wind Waker timeline only exists because of the events of Ocarina of Time. So even though that's sent decades or centuries in the future, that is a direct sequel. It's strange, but the way you look at me right now... Sorry, the way you look right now sort of reminds me of this tree. Looks all dark and gloomy, almost as if it could start crying any second now. How sad. It's okay, I'm sure that's not actually the dead person that he just used in order to craft this mask or anything like that. That would be terrible. I mean, imagine if this was the dead Deku tree that was just turned into a mask. That would be awful. Hang on, we're not quite done drug tripping yet, but we're almost there. We're mostly done with the drug trip. We're getting there, we're getting there. Quite possible, Sarian. I don't actually know. I always assumed that Skull Kid had something to do with it, directly or indirectly. But then again, it's entirely possible Skull Kid's actually innocent and just happened across the corpse. So, I have no idea what this guy's deal is. I'm just going to openly admit that. There are so many theories about who he is, and why he is, and what he has to do with what. I don't know. There's nothing codified. I own the Happy Mask Shop. I travel far and wide in search of masks. During my travels, a very important mask was stolen from me by an imp in the woods. So here I am at a loss, and now I've found you. And he carries Mario on his back, which is even creepier. Now, don't think me rude, but I've been following you. For I know of a way to return you to your former self. If you can get back the precious item that was stolen from you, I will return you to normal. In exchange, all I ask is you get back my precious mask the imp stole from me. What? Is it not a simple task? Why, to someone like you, it should by no means be a difficult task. Except, the one thing is, I'm a very busy fellow, and I must leave this place in 3 days. Hint, hint. How grateful I would be if you could bring it back here before my time here is up. But yes, you'll be fine. I see you are young and have tremendous courage. I'm sure you'll find it right away. Oh, one more thing. Please be so kind as to direct your gaze over there for a moment. This is something we added in the 3DS version. This is guidance on how to progress, yada yada yada. So, let's discuss the two primary categories of theories with regards to the Mask Salesman. Theory number 1. He is part of the old tribe, the tribe that imprisoned Majora in the mask. And he's one of its survivors, or practitioners, or last members, or whatever, right? And he's been wandering around just doing his thing, keeping masks, and, you know, obviously this would explain how he knows the magic of masks, how to use them to change people's forms, how to take the spirits from them and put them at peace, so you're no longer cursed with their forms, which is what he does for us later on in the game, and why he would be keeping Majora's Mask. So, all of that lines up, and is actually my personal theory. The other theory is pretty similar, but distinct in one key way. So, in the concepts here, Termina... Oh yeah, it's the same masked man from Ocarina. Is he from Hyrule or here? I don't think it matters, as weird as that may sound. He obviously has the ability to go back and forth between both. Now, Termina... Someone asked, what is Termina? Termina is just another dimension. I know that sounds so blasé to say it that way, but if you've learned one thing about the Zelda series, you know that there's actually a lot of multiple dimensions going on all at the same time. I think if we sit down and enumerate them, there's something like 10. And in most of the games, we only go to them once and then never go back, and that's the end of... I'm saying that wrong. Most of the dimensions are for one game only. Sometimes we see them multiple times, sometimes we don't. But to me, Termina is just another one of these dimensions, one of several. Like the Phantom Hourglass Ocean, or the Dark World, which used to be the Golden Land, which is still in Ocarina of Time, or the Realm of the Shadows, which I can't remember what it's actually called, from Skyward Sword, and so forth and so on. Now, since we know that travel between the two is physically possible, since we literally just did it, yeah, Low Rule, that's another one. Termina is not the source of Void Termina, no, because Kirby isn't from here. Yeah, we've also got the Twilight Realm. Anyways, so to me, the Mask Salesman is someone who probably just travels back and forth between the two. I will say the idea that he is one of the original tribesmen, I can't remember what they're called, forgive me, but the people who imprisoned Majora's Mask originally, Majora in the Mask originally, that would make more sense for why it's so effortless for him to be able to travel here, because he knows where he's going. He's been here before. He's probably actually from Termina in that circumstance, because that tribe is native to Termina. So, that would make sense to me. But the other possibility is that he's just an enthusiast. So, one of the things that's true in Termina is the mask thing is a very cultural thing in Termina. Not just for the old people, the sages or whatever they're called, but just for the people in general, just for the general denizens. Masks are a very normal, very commonplace aspect of their culture, and we'll be showcasing several of these as we go throughout the game. So it's possible he was just someone who learned the ways of masks, and figured out how to use what we're going to refer to as mask magic, which is something that's going to come up several times as well. Yeah, exactly, like the statue enthusiast in Wind Waker. Now, you see, both of these are pretty similar, because both of these come up. The explanation for why he can do the stuff he can do is almost identical in both cases. He knows the stuff because he knows the stuff. The only distinction is if he's the last gasp of a dead civilization, or if he is effectively an archaeologist, an enthusiast, as I just said, of the previous dead civilization. Either way, most theories branch off from those two broad categories for obvious reasons. Okay. Sorry, it's the first time we've ever streamed this one, so got a lot to cover. Excuse me. Usage of the Hyrule overworld theme for this area, which is smart for several reasons. Yeah, time magic comes from the Ocarina, but we'll talk about the Time Goddess in a minute. To my knowledge, this is actually the introduction of the Time Goddess to the Zelda mythos. She actually shows up several times. In fact, she comes up in Breath of the Wild as well. But to my knowledge, this is the first time the Time Goddess actually has presence. One moment, please. Straight up time travel? No, Skyward. Skyward Sword has straight up time travel several times. Time manipulation, that shows up a couple of times. Yes, welcome to the most boring part of any Majora's Mask speedrun, the first 3 days. There's like 5 things you can do during the first 3 days. Hopefully this list that I have over here will tell me those 5 things. But yeah, let's do this. Alright, so he gives me the creeps. That Mask Salesman was... Sorry, just thinking aloud. The 3 days? Even if we never sleep, that still leaves us with a measly 72 hours. Talk about demanding. Well, don't just stand there. We're going to see the Great Fairy. Look, you want to find Skull Kid, don't you? The Great Fairy will know what she's up to. She watches over everything. And just between you and me, the Skull Kid is no match for the Great Fairy. Pretty sure the Great Fairy lives in a shrine somewhere near in town. Where? Somewhere. Don't press me for details. I don't come to this town very often. You can try talking to one of those kids hanging around town. One of them might know where the shrine is. Alright. Are you ready to make fun of me? Everyone in chat, ready? This is it. This is the make fun of time. Why is that button not working? It's kind of strange. The first time I ever played this game... Sorry, let me walk that back. The first time I ever actually played this game, which is the GameCube version I just mentioned, I got so turned around and so lost in this stupid town that I got frustrated and put the game down for a bit. Now, you're probably thinking, but it's really obvious where and what you do. Yes, and then I couldn't figure out what to do next. Now, anybody who's played this game knows that the answer is to wait around for the end of the 3 days. I didn't know that. I'm running around like an idiot trying to figure out how to leave the town, and it's just bugging the crap out of me that I cannot figure out how to get out of this stupid town. And I see that timer and that deadline getting closer and closer, and I'm like, God, what am I missing? What stupid thing am I missing? Yeah, so, in all and total honesty, I do like this game, obviously. I'm gushing about it in several respects. But this game kind of requires you to know it in order to really enjoy it. Either by knowing the game because you've played it multiple times, or by having a walkthrough. That is something that needs to be acknowledged about Majora's Mask. There are several things that it's frustrating or irritating to miss. I don't think there's anything permanently missable in Majora's Mask, but there are things that are very aggravating to backtrack and re-get if you miss them in Majora's Mask. Yeah, this boils down to the walkthroughitis thing. I've already done my due diligence on this one and done a little research and checked my own memories on this one. I'm pretty sure we're just going to give the walkthroughitis negative and just be done with that. Because there are so many things in this game that's just kind of... Well, good luck figuring that one out. No, that does not surprise me, Pika. Yeah, I was going to say Cafe's Quest is a perfect example of what I'm talking about. We will be doing that, of course. Listen, if I die on camera, it'll be fine. Which ones did you get, Reloaded? Now, part of the reason I'm bringing this up isn't just to give the negative, but also because I feel like this game... Again, this goes back to the design philosophy I already talked about. This game is built for someone who's already played it. Now, that's not necessarily a bad thing. So Javan actually came up with a term for that. He called it veteran game design. Or mastery is another way you could master a game design. Some games are just built for you to either know what you're doing or figure out what you're doing. And those games are kind of how you should play through it, right? They're designed for that. They're designed for you to know what you're doing. And that's when you're able to maximize your enjoyment of the game. Even games that I like quite a bit still have this mastery design problem. Final Fantasy V is, of course, my favorite example of that. Because Final Fantasy V is an acceptable game if you don't know what you're doing. But if you have mastery of FF5, FF5 is an amazing game. And you see the distinction, right? It was designed for you to know what you're doing. So what you're supposed to do on this first day is to walk around and talk to everyone. That's the goal. As I mentioned earlier, there's a greater emphasis on NPCs and talking to them and getting information from them than in Ocarina. I'd have to think about that, Mr. Reloaded. I'd have to think about the timeline a bit. That might work. Congrats, Robostall. Hopefully, congrats. Frogs. Yeah, that's not the problem, Mr. Reloaded. Unless you're... Oh, I'm sorry, I'm sorry. You're not telling that to me for the Trek rewrite. You're telling me that for your videos on TNG. Gotcha. I was gonna say, dude, we got some work to do if we're gonna make that line up. Because that not only breaks the way we've done time travel, but would take some very serious finagling to squeeze in, and would completely change TOS. Okay, yeah, no, that is a way to explain in-universe the out-of-universe problems with that. I'll give you that. I'll give you that. Now, we've already kind of talked about this. Wait a minute! I know, right, Robostall? I'm sorry, no, I haven't had time to do anything lately, Reloaded. I haven't even updated the list on the website, even though it actually has new games added to it, because I have not had time to do anything lately. Except work on the Trek rewrite, which I have finished a new episode for you, by the way. Like, it's rendered and everything. So, can't use it because that's his private property. He's already sold out and can't think of closing up shop, so we could buy a gift for the wife and return to the village. I've heard of a stone called the Moon's Tear. If you've got one, then I'll give you the Deku Flower. Which, of course, we don't have. But pretty much immediately we get the concept of the side quest, as previously indicated. We now have a side quest. Go get that guy the Moon Tear so we can buy that, so we can get access to the launcher in the central area. So this is the Postman, also known as Onwards to Male Guy from Twilight Princess. Different person, of course, but you get the idea. He's going to be part of a side quest too. Dogs like to attack Dekus. Don't worry, we don't actually take damage from it. Update. It's a pinched nerve. She's getting a shot, and they're going to wait a few minutes to see if it works. Let's talk to the kids. The Bombers aren't looking for non-human members. The Great Fairy? I think I saw something about a laundry pool. Yes, that doggo is a bad doggo. There are good doggos and there are bad doggos, and that's a bad doggo. I always like the little line you make when you twirl in this one. I don't know why. I also like how your turns into a root when you do this. So let's make 5 rupees really quick. Good morning, Poindexter. Okay, plenty of money. So, what do you want? I'm busy practicing with my blowgun. If you can't pop that balloon, then don't mess with me. What's that rascal think he is? He thinks he's so smart. Whatever, let's not waste our time on this jokester. So this is Tingle. Twirling is faster than walking, especially since there's almost no detriment to twirling. Remember how I mentioned that rolling in this Twilight Princess and Wind Waker is only faster if you do it right? Twirling is faster no matter what. If you just mash the button, you will go faster. It says green clothes, white fairy. Sir, could you by chance be a forest fairy? Oh my name is Tingle. I should do a deeper voice for him. I think I am the same as you, sir. I am a forest fairy. Alas, although I am already 35, no fairy has come to me yet. My father tells me to grow up and act my age, but why? I tell you, Tingle is the very reincarnation of a fairy. Now I stand here waiting for a fairy of my own, and I sell maps to help out my father. Lucky, you're so lucky to have a fairy. I know, we should be friends. Yes, in exchange I will sell you a map. Yes, please. We now has map. Tingle never forgot. Nearly forgot. Good sir, do you know how to use maps? Here's a tutorial. Tingle, tingle, kulu limpa. These are the magic words that Tingle created himself. Don't steal them. You got it, buddy. Now we are, of course, on a timer here. So let me pause. Why doesn't the start button work? This Tingle isn't really all that objectionable, to be honest. Tingle wouldn't become actually aggravating until Wind Waker. Okay, so we're gonna do that, then we're gonna do that. Okay. It is not the same Tingle, no. In fact, to my knowledge, none of the Tingles are the same character. The Zelda series just has a fascination with reintroducing the same characters over and over for seemingly no reason. Oh no, the Great Fairy! Young one, please hear my plea. I have been broken and shattered to pieces by the masked Skull Kid. Please find the one stray fairy lost in town. Now, this fairy's location varies based on the time of day, which we can see the timer of, by the way. Yeah, I do like I like pretty much all the quality of life variances in the 3DS version. So let's go ahead. It's daytime, so we want to go there. Okay. Just getting some of the intro screens out of the way here. Don't mind me. If we knew the password, we could actually just go in right now, but, you know. I love how... You probably can't see it because it's so tiny, but your arrow actually spins when you spin on the map. It's just kind of funny to watch. Link must be very dizzy. Okay, so... We're going this way. It's 1 in the afternoon, so we got plenty of time. I know, right, Riskbreaker? Where the hell is this? Alright, where are you? There you are. Come here, fairy. So, this is the other power-up the Deku Link gets. It's 4, I think? Hang on, let's actually test that. 5. It is 5 bounces before that happens. That's actually going to be a very important part of the first dungeons area when we get down to the southern swamp. But I mentioned that because, and this is probably going to be a positive to gameplay, even just the basic mechanics of who you play as, or the basic mechanics of how you play, excuse me, like your movement tech changes based on your form. Which is one of the better ideas of this game, in my opinion. Oh yeah, by the way, one of the things I love most about the 3DS version is saving. Saving is just saving in this version. That's it. You go to the owl statue and you save. It was a little bit more aggravating in the N64 version. Or perhaps better put, a little less straightforward. Oops. Nope, I don't need the Woodfall map. I can get it later for cheaper. One of my favorite things about this game is how much you can completely abuse the economy of this game. I don't mean gameplay-wise, I mean in terms of narrative. So let me explain that really quick. There's a bank, right? The bank is the only way to carry forward your money from loop to loop. The way you do that, and this is how real-life banks used to work, actually, is you'd get a banknote. Banknotes are the things that eventually became printed currency, to really summarize that whole, multi-decades path to printed currency. So, you'd get a banknote, which is all officially notated and officially stamped and all that fun stuff, and it says, you have this many, whatevers in our bank. Now, the thing is, imagine if you went to a bank and deposited 10 rupees, and then got a banknote saying worth 10 rupees. Then you rewinded time and tried to get those 10 rupees back, right? those 10 rupees were never put into the bank. But you have an official banknote, officially stamped and sealed, which says they owe you 10 rupees. So they give you 10 rupees. And you see the problem there. Still just as horrifying. Tattle and you, young one of the altered shape, thank you for returning my broken and shattered body to normal. I am the great fairy of magic. I thought that masked child was helping me, and I grew careless. All I can offer you now is this. I shall grant you magic power. And the ability to say thank you to Walker. Thank you very much, Walker, as always. You are awesome, sir. Much appreciate. Can't wait to hear people's reaction to your voice acting. Unfortunately, we won't get there until Chapter 5, but, you know, whatever. And Metroid Block. We now have magic! Which means different things, depending on which form we're in. But in this form, we have the ability to shoot a bubble. The man who lives in the observatory outside town may know of Skull Kid's whereabouts. So now we have our direction. We need to go that way. Okay, cool. Oh, absolutely. Deku Link is adorable. And my personal favorite to run around as, unless I'm in a large open area, in which case it's Goron. Are you the one who just popped out up there? Not bad for a Deku scrub. We bombers have a hideout that leads to the observatory outside of town. You need a code. Maybe I'll tell you what it is, but don't think you're getting it that easily. I can't just tell you what the code is. You have to pass the test first. You ready? Okay. Alright, line up, guys. Man, let me make sure to look something up to make sure we're not missing anything. So we got that, we got that. Apparently they changed where the bomber kids are in the two versions. That's interesting. We're also getting the Bomber's Notebook in the 3DS version because, I mean, the Bomber's Notebook is actually pretty cool in the 3DS version, but whatever. So, we need to find these 5 people. Deku Nuts aren't fair game. Okay. Okay, so. You've technically got plenty of time to do this. By design. Of course. And yeah, remember, this first day is all about getting to know the town. Actually, should we be doing this right now? Hang on, double checking something real quick. Apparently not. Okay, never mind. Never mind, never mind. Sorry, sorry. I'm not actually sure, Cinis. Whoops. That heart piece. 60 hours remain. Thankfully, I don't think their positions change. People change, obviously, but not their positions. Come here. I'm not doing anything suspicious, really. Please don't look at me like that. We do want to try to get at least a few rupees in the first day. Kind of smooth things out later. I mean, I'm with most of the forum changes. What I really don't understand is what... Like, I've actually checked the interviews, because it's me, and I'm doing my due diligence. I really don't know why they... excuse me. Why they changed the Korgoth. Why they changed the swimming speed. What? Yeah, thanks. What? The... Ah! Don't tell me I have a bad guide again. Too confused. Whatever. I mean, you know me. I'm never hesitant about changing things that I feel are wrong, but, like... At least give us more timer on the swimming things, then? I don't know. Where is the stupid kid? Alright, fine. Hang on. Pause. Thank you, Korgoth, as always. And agreed, that would be a very easy fix to that, Cyrus, which I'm not sure why they didn't do it. If you know where you want that one to go, Korgoth, please let me know. Yeah, I was going to say, the moon water section, we'll get there. Since we are doing that, obviously. Hang on. This is so stupid. Alright. Metroid block it is. Give me a minute. This is not the... Where the hell's the laundry pool? God, this map is useless. Do I need to find another walkthrough? This is time-sensitive, game. Wait. There it is. I see it. Maybe. No? I do not... But, like, why is... I think the map is literally wrong, so we're gonna go by the text descriptions here. Because this is insanity. It says there's one right there. There isn't! There is nobody... Okay, whatever. We need a Deku Flower. Where is the Deku Flower? This is effectively my third time playing, Wolmer. I have 100% of this game. Once. Well, 90% of this game, whatever. However you want to think of that. Okay, so that's that idiot. Let's go get the one in the crate, then we'll go to the laundry area. Metal Gear Solid reference. Get away from the dog. Bad dog. Getting some music. Yeah, the map is literally wrong. There's one in the laundry area. There is no icon in the laundry area on the map. There is, however, one up by the freaking Great Fairy Fountain. So I was going by the map, and the map is literally wrong. That's great. That's wonderful. Whatever. Well, that depends, doesn't it, Zillow? We've got 5 different forums to run around in, so we'll have to decide as we go through it. And we'll be switching between them semi-frequently, too. Okay, so that's Laundry Pool, South Clocktown, East Clocktown, North Clocktown. We now need, up here. If only you were a human, then I could give you an original bomber's notebook. What do you guys think? No way, no scrubs. I guess not. Once we let some kid who wasn't a human join our gang, and boy did we regret it. I'll teach the code. 4-1. I'm going to jot that down really quick because we don't have a bomber's notebook because they just refused to give it to us. And naturally, I don't have a pen on my desk. That would be pure frog spawn chewing madness. 4-1-5-2-3. Okay, got that. It's going to be important in some future iterations. Looks like we just go straight to the bomber's hideout now. Double checking. Then the Astral Observatory. Then we've got the business scrub. Scarecrow, Bank, Carnival, and then end. I'm just making sure we do everything we should be doing. Because there's only a few things you can do on the first loop. And we really should do all of them to save time. Because otherwise we're literally just going to be wandering around, getting to know the area, which is what we're supposed to be doing. And, you know, wasting time. So let's go and do this. If you're made of wood, you're no good. Also, there we have a small bit of foreshadowing, if you could call it that. What was it again? 4-1-5-2-3. Bomber Society of Secret Justice forever! Alright. Hint, go that way. So I think we actually can't get anything in here right now, so we're just going to go ahead and use our hopping powers. We do have a little bit of steering, as you can see right there, while we're hopping, but not a lot. So you kind of have to be careful with that. Alright, now, here's the greatest security device known to mankind, and we successfully got past it. We don't need anything, so we're just going to keep going. Oh, cute, Robostall. Have fun, I guess. Observatory. Talk to the Scarecrow. Hey, yo, baby, I'm a styling Scarecrow wandering in search of pleasant music. Time will pass in the blink of an eye if you dance with me. Shall we dance? No. Not yet. Maybe. Yep, no. He'll be useful later. What, Tattle? If you're pine, we'll just whine. You guys are terrible. Let's talk to one of the only people who's actually aware of how bad things are. Strange-looking child has joined me today. Are you a new friend of the Bombers gang? Your manners seem much better than those of your mischievous friend from the other day. That ill-mannered troublemaker said from the other day said he'd break my instruments. He said he'd steal my moon's tear, and there was no stopping him. Even now, just watch him. He's probably causing trouble on the clock tower. Ah! Oh, did you find that troublemaker? And that's low noise. What was that? Oh, I forgot to look at the jumping jacks guy. My bad. Yes, so the Skull Kid was the one who was non-human who they let in. He's been causing a lot of mischief lately. Mostly because he's lonely. Not that that's an excuse, but it is the truth. Hey, Dr. Winter. Let's go grab this. Thank you. Hey, just so you know, this is how items work. Tutorialization. Ignore that. Ignore that. Some people have seen this. There's actually pictures that still exist of the first time they ever showcased this game. The moon actually had no face in its original iteration. And yeah, 3 days alone with Majora would drive anyone mad, and I'm not actually joking about that. Majora is... Well, we don't actually know what Majora is, other than an evil entity. But when I say an evil entity, boy do I mean it. That thing is messed up. It has been argued that Majora is actually one of the most evil entities in the Zelda franchise. It is also rather Cthulhu-esque in the sense that it's kind of not really traditionally malicious. You know, unlike Demise, which is quite literally better referred to as malice. Majora is just kind of... I don't know what to call it. Lack of empathy. Lack of understanding, you know? Double checking, so we want to do the business scrub thing. Yeah, it's all just a game to Majora. But like I said, total lack of empathy, which I know sounds like a weird thing, and usually we associate that with evil, but no, in this case, it quite literally is a lack of understanding. If you don't understand what I mean by that, imagine if you literally, actually, no really, treat real life as a game. So consequences don't matter. Think about what that'd do to you. Yeah, the GTA comparison is a valid one. Yep, I know. Thank you. Yes. The deed. We'll actually be selling this later. Why can't I do that? I know, it's because I'm a Deku kid. Now we can do this. Yay! An all-nighter. Wonder if I'll get it finished on time. Yeah. Alright, let me check something here. There's actually a really easy way to break out of town. It's a glitch even I can perform. The main reason to do it is to gather rupees. Double checking. Yeah, like I said, it's actually pretty easy to break out of town. Compared to some of the glitches in these games. Well, we'll go ahead and try it. Get some rupees going on. We're gonna need a bunch later on, so... Oh, it is east. I was gonna say, I was confused by that, but whatever. I was willing to listen. You know this game better than I do. Ignore the weather. I'm sure it's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. Come on. There we go. Come on, game. Come on. Nope. That's a good question, Korgoth. Opinions vary, is going to be my answer to that. If you are more interested in playing a game that's easier to play in terms of quality of life and controls and all that, then you should probably play this version. Why is this doing this? If you're interested in playing a game that's arguably better in terms of the core content of that game, you should probably play the N64 version. No. It is... So, you remember the Stalfos in Twilight Princess Pika? That is the Link we're playing right now. Come on. No? Okay. Hey, Dalton James. Looks like I don't have the angle right, so we need to do it like this, apparently. Maybe. No, the glitch works in this version. I've actually done it. Although I'm having issues with my analog for some reason. Come on. You gotta get a specific angle, which is what I'm screwing up here. I mean, it's not like we got anything else to do, right? Other than talk to the Scarecrow. Let's try this again. There, I think we actually have it. Maybe. No, we don't have the angle. Yeah, you can skip time. We can talk to the Scarecrow. We can talk to the old lady. I mean, Tattle's kind of a twat, so Navi is better. So I've never done it with that one before. Let's try Southgate, because that's where I've done it before. Nope. Alright, whatever. Let's go to the bank. How many rupees do we have? We have 10 rupees. Whatever. Let's get a couple more rupees. We can also do mini games right about now, which there's not a lot of reason to do. It's just there for rupees. Yep, that's great. Deposit all the rupees. And there's our banknote. Save. I mean, Tattle, excuse me, does have a personality. She's just, you know, a brat. I'll take a piece of cardboard over a brat, personally, you know. Let's go to the trading post, actually. It's a little closer. Yes, several NPCs and locations were switched around between versions. Not 100% sure why. Like I said, there's a lot of very minor, but there are a lot of changes between these versions. Unlike the Ocarina difference. Is this it? Nope, that's the post office. Is this it? I gotta remember where stuff is anyway, so... Trying to figure out where everything is. Okay, that's the lottery. Hey, Jesse's mask. I hope the meeting was actually productive. Haha. I mean, there is such a thing as a productive meeting. It's just, you know... Come on. That's the bomb shop. There's the trading post. This is what I want. You got it, Jesse's mask. Feel free to somehow convince me to not give it. You would be the second person to try so far. Oh god, if the town was mirrored, I'd be screwed. Okay, final day. We actually need to be at night. There is Sierra Mike. I've had useful meetings. And then he leaves town because, you know, he's about to kill everyone. That's kind of how that works. Oh, that would be even worse as it is. Ugh. I mean, I agree with the commonly stated thing. Commonly stated statement that one of the things that most meetings could be done by emails. Oh yeah, by the way, I should mention this story while we're sitting here waiting. The first actual time, the very, very first time I ever actually played this game, which was at the demo copy at a local rental place. This was right before I rented it. One of the things I was at, it was sitting here, and it's like, the moon's about to collapse. Now, what went through my head at the time, in my teenager head, was, well, okay, so what's actually going to happen? Right? Like, that's not how games work, right? So what I did was I tilted the camera up like this. I just sat here, and now I'm moving around because, you know, it's gyro controls, but if you just sat there, you could actually see the moon getting closer. I thought that was kind of cool. So, all right, cool, that's neat. And then the moon hit and everyone died. I was like, oh, okay. Cool. Yeah, rock fell and everyone died. Okay, so this is effectively the intro to this game. So we need to judge this sucker. Now, from a narrative perspective, this is interesting, but honestly, I'm not sure it deserves a positive. So, you know, we're going through the woods, and then, oh god, Epona, and then we're turned into a Deku thing, and then we do some drugs, and then we end up in Clock Town, and it's like, okay, we're here. Now what? We help the fairy out. We help the kids out. We wander around town. And you could say that kind of gets you into the mode of the game, but I feel like it's more of a gameplay side of things. So purely on the narrative side of things, it's just kind of like, okay. And then the rock comes down and kills everyone, and we barely avert that and go back in time, and there we go. Yeah, I feel like from a narrative perspective, this is more an absence of a positive, because, well, I get it. At the same time, this is just kind of, okay. Even if you run around talking to everyone, which I have done, obviously. The only interesting part narratively of this intro for me, which, counting everything we've gone through so far, is coming up right now. Completely different body language. Yes. Oh, Tail, we've been looking for you too. Hey, Skull Kid, what if you gave back that mask you're wearing right now? Hey, come on, are you listening? No. Swamp, mountain, ocean, canyon. The four who were there, bring them here. Don't speak out of line, you stupid fairy. Oh, what are you doing to my brother? Skull Kid, do you still think do you think you're still our friend after that? Oh, whatever. Even if they were to come now, they wouldn't be able to handle me. Doesn't look above you. If it's something that can be stopped, then just try to stop it. Love that sound effect. Yeah, exactly, Cyrek. That's why I was pointing out the different body language there. I can't do that. Let's get that. This is when the Goddess of Time actually gets involved. She does two major things in this game. One is allow us to redo time. The other is at the ending, which we'll talk about much, much later. You're already leaving, aren't you? Well. Even though I was only a short time, I feel like I've known you forever. I'll never forget the days we spent together in Hyrule. I believe in my heart a day will come when I shall meet you again, which, maybe? Until that day comes, please take this. And she actually gives us the Ocarina of Time. If something should happen to you, remember the Song of Time, which actually we already knew, but thanks for that. Yes, Zelda's only appearance in The Legend of Zelda, Majora's Mask. Zelda. The Goddess of Time is protecting you. Oh yeah. The only reason any of this game happens is thanks to her. What are you, lost in memories? Get it together! Getting that old ocarina back isn't going to help us. Somebody, anybody! We need more time! Huh? That instrument, when did you... That's a good question. So, we lose the deed, we lose the nuts, we lose our rupees. The bottom screen, it's probably hard to see, but it literally shows you the stuff that fades. Because some stuff stays and most stuff doesn't. dawn of the first day. I was actually about to ask Dakota, just we were in the cutscene. Everything was just, we were just, huh? And of course, Tattle goes back with us. Or Tail. No, it's Tattle. Whichever one this one is. So, this is the core concept of the game in a fairly succinct nutshell. What are you doing? That song you played, the instrument. Instrument. That's your... of course! Alright, so, pause. Go ahead and grab that donation really quick. Which I actually forgot to leave the thing open for. There it is. For $10 from Dakota. Thank you, as always. Even though it's being weird and stupid. I will divvy that up to the Xenosagas. I'm probably just going to smash the Xenosagas together into a Xenosaga block, because duh. I mean, we've kind of gotten into the block mentality, and it's been working pretty well for us. So, probably just going to codify that and make that nice and official. Alright, so, and then we get some bits from Night Forager. Thank you, Night Forager, as always. Now, we need to have a discussion. So, as always, these reviews are part opinion, part discussion, and part objective, and it's always a challenge trying to mesh that into whatever we end up actually putting on the paper, so to speak. Oh, good, Dakota. I'm looking forward to it. Do you know what you want to put that towards, Night Forager? Now, let me go ahead and be honest. I don't like the intro of this game at all. I don't have to explain that, I don't think, because I literally quit the game while playing this, right? It was just kind of... It pushed me out of the game so hard, I literally put the game down. Twice, as I mentioned earlier. So, that's my initial knee-jerk emotional reaction to the intro, was just, ugh. Now, most of that is before we actually hit Clocktown, but even Clocktown pissed me off, as I've mentioned earlier. And what's funny is they do take effort and work into trying to make the intro go through quicker, if you pay attention. The fact that the clock goes faster alone is all I need to say about that. And if you're paying attention, the intended path through the intro goes right by a scarecrow. So even if we don't know where the scarecrow is over in the trade house, which is the one I went to, there's a scarecrow right there to push us forward to the end of the day. And we're putting that towards Wing Commander 3. You got that. Done. But on the other hand, it is obviously you're trying to learn. So each time, time changes into a new section, of which there are 6, I think. Each of the 6 time sections are... That's a bad way to phrase it. Let's use the term instance. There are 6 instances of Clocktown. Different NPCs, different cycles, different dialogue, different stuff you can do. So the whole point of this is, as Jesse's Mask... I think it was Jesse's Mask. Yeah, one of our Jessies said earlier, the whole point is to force you, lock you into a box, and encourage you to figure out how the 6 instances work, and try to figure out how that works, and blah, 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 blah. So on the one hand, obvious thought and effort was put into designing it, and on the other hand, I absolutely hate it. So, it's like, okay. And that's why I'm just sitting here kind of going, I'm really torn on how to rate this one. And we do have the 2 axes to consider, too. Especially since the story axis does some decent stuff to establish the tone, but even that tone is absolutely all over the place. The gameplay axis is also really frustrating, but at the same time does firmly establish several things about how the game functions. I feel like a polishing pass would actually make this work better. Either maybe dropping us in at the 3rd day, which obviously wouldn't help with that. That doesn't work. How would we do this? Because I'm not actually sure, admittedly, how to do this better in order to still accomplish the same concepts. Give me a moment, please. See, on the one hand, my first thought, which I've already canceled, but I'm going to share it out loud to share how stupid I am. My first thought was maybe make it so that the timer effectively doesn't function the first day, and instead it's event-based. Now, we know Majora's Mask can do this. It has flags to set the time to a certain date, and we actually used one of those, the Scarecrow, which is what Darth Chrono is talking about. So, like, maybe, you go rescue all of the fairies, and it's like, okay, we've rescued the fairies, cool. And then, night of the first day, and then you go find the kids, dawn of the second day, and then you just kind of shove it forward with each of these events. Even though that'd be rapid firing through the days, it would still... the point would be to do it at different times, at different paces, so that the player would still have the option of exploring the town, but it wouldn't, there would be something shoving time forward, assuming they don't just run around and do that. The problem with that is that doesn't get across the point of the timer. In fact, that would actually tutorialize things wrongly, because then you would presume that the game is built around events, as opposed to around the timer. So that's why I ejected that idea. That's why that idea doesn't work. So I'm not sure how to do this properly without it just being as aggravating as it is. And it's worth noting, I don't mind the timer as a concept. That's not my issue with it. I just feel like I don't know how to tutorialize this in a way that doesn't make the first day kind of suck. Now, there is an idea I've heard shopped around the speedrunning community several times, and this is probably the closest thing to a better concept that I can think of here. See, we have both Jessies in chat. That's why I was getting confused earlier. What I would probably do is I would remove the restrictions of the first day. So let me explain what I mean by that. So you start off, you're a Deku scrub. Okay, that sucks. But you go rescue the fairy, get your bubble magic, get the bomber code, go up, get the tier, get the thing. Okay, cool. And all that's the stuff you can do, but remove the barriers, remove the block, right? And allow you to actually leave and explore and do other things as you're going through. Now, obviously, I don't mean just the block as in locking you into town, because there are several things you could do until you can prevent yourself from being the Deku tree. Or the Deku Scrub. I still think you should be locked into the Deku Scrub. That makes sense, and there's a logic to it, and you don't want to... Well, actually, now that I'm saying that, I'm disagreeing with myself. Hang on. Because what if they made it so that you could change the goalpost a little bit? So make it, instead of get the ocarina in order to prevent yourself from being a Deku Scrub, make it so that... once you finish all the steps I just mentioned, so getting the tier, getting the bomber code, and getting the bubble, all of that somehow is when you go back and say, okay, and then you remove the Deku limitation, and then you just play the first day as if it was the actual first day, the one we just started. Because the tutorial day really is different than the actual first day. And then you could actually, and that would open up the barriers a little bit to the point where you could actually run around and accomplish stuff. See, I think that's probably my biggest problem with the tutorial day. The tutorial loop, excuse me. I should call it loop instead of day. The tutorial loop is the tutorial loop, but you can't accomplish anything during it other than wandering around and learning. But if we removed those barriers and made it so you could turn back from a Deku Scrub and made it so you can start actually accomplishing stuff, in my opinion, that would accomplish the same goal. You still have the option of running around town, figuring out stuff. You can still wander around town if you don't figure out how to get rid of the mask, because you don't have to get rid of the Deku thing, right? And make it so that you can actually get progress if you know what you're doing. Or it would allow you to just kind of dive into it and say, screw it, and actually start moving forward with the game until you get through the first loop, grab the ocarina, and loop back around. I think I'm going to put my stamp on that. That's probably the way I would change this around, is make it so the tutorial day doesn't exist. What's the optional stuff in the intro loop? You can do some of the mini games to get rupees. That's it. To my knowledge, that is it. Even in the speedrun, as was mentioned earlier, that you spend 30 minutes doing the mandatory stuff, getting a certain number of rupees by glitching out, and that's it. Now, I may be wrong about that, but that's, yeah. Yeah, see, that's kind of what I'm thinking, Jesse's Mask. Make it, so here's, let me talk about this specifically. Let me get into details so I don't sound like I'm being generic. Make it so that after a certain point in time, you can, maybe literally a time, actually, that's not a bad idea. Maybe make it so that instead of get the ocarina back, it's come back to me in a day. So you have to do the first day as a Deku Scrub. Maybe 2 days, but I think 1 day works better, because a normal player is probably not going to get through it in 1 day anyways, and a new player is definitely not, right? So first day, after the end of the first day, when we're into the second day, you can go back to the guy and stop being a Deku. Now, you don't have to. Keep that in mind. So then the first 3 days happen. After the first day, you can leave town and do all sorts of stuff and start progressing and do mini games and get mask and blah, blah, blah. Just play the game, right? But the third day, remember, you don't actually have the ocarina. That's extremely important. The end of the third day, you have to go back. I'd honestly probably put a trigger that literally says, oh gosh, it's the third day, we should get back to town. And I would put a freaking button that you could press to literally teleport back to town for this, just for this first loop, right? So you warp back to town, thing opens up, oh god, we've got to get up there. Wash up, cutscene of awesome, and then, you know, we learn the Song of Time, we rewind back, and on the off chance that you haven't, so there would be a flag there, if you haven't already removed the Deku mask, that would be when we see the cutscene we just saw. Hey, we should go remove the mask. If you have already removed it, then just the second loop starts, and then you just play normally from that point on. That's probably how I'd restructure that. I feel like that would be better for first players and for repeat players. Because we still have the first day of being stuck as a Deku Scrub, we still are encouraged to roam around and interact with stuff, we still have some guidance on what to do, and we still have the option of actually doing stuff other than just talking to the Scarecrow or the old woman. So that's my thoughts on that. Anyway, sorry, that's irrelevant to the review. It's just we got off on that topic. It is actually interesting that Termina is so much more racist, for lack of a better way to put it, than Hyrule. One could argue that the fact that Hyrule recently went through a major war, which they only survived with the aid of their allies, is probably why Hyrule is much more pro-Zora and pro-Goron than Termina. Anyways. Alright, so let's actually discuss review. So someone earlier mentioned just giving a wash to the intro, and I feel like I actually agree. What I mean by that, remember, I'm more harsh about intros and outros than anything else, and that's entirely because they need to be better. So a good intro is a wash. You have to be great to actually earn a positive. So that's why I'm thinking this one should be a wash. It does do things right. I cannot argue with that. I cannot argue that the game doesn't do things correctly with its intro. I just don't think it does them correctly enough. So, yeah, by the way, yeah, new wash icon, because I was sick of people. I was sick of the Monster Energy drink comparison. Just running through it again in my head really quick, because we're done. The intro's done. We could also, that's actually not a bad idea, we could call it a negative and a positive. That's not a terrible idea. Because, like I said, it does do some things right, and it does do some things wrong. Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that. That way we acknowledge both, and it doesn't really change the score any. Okay, so gameplay-wise. Intro. Forces you to learn the town. Learn the... so it's purely gameplay perspective. So learn the town, Learn the concepts of the days and the changing schedules. Gets you... actually, that might be it. And gets you into the mindset of side quests equals main content. Negative. Intro. It's there's other things we could have done to smooth it out. Oh, that's true. That's true. Oh, right. Thank you. Let me mention. Gets you used to. I can type. Abilities, because I actually pointed this out. The intro before we even get to the town shows you how the flower floating mechanic works, and because we have to go to the observatory, we have to get you. So even though there's other ways to get used to the bouncing over water mechanic, we have to go through the observatory, which means we have to go through that pout, which means we have to learn how the hopping on water mechanic works. So those two aspects of the Deku are mandated, as well as shooting bubbles, actually, because we have to rescue the fairy in order to be able to get the bubble form, in order to be able to pop the bubble, in order to get the bomber warp. So all three of those things are done in the intro properly. So good morning, Ross. No, I'm only up to Dodongo's Cavern in Ocarina. You see why I've been twisting myself up over this, Monobret. Because I do think they could do it better. I've given my answer for how I think they could have done the intro better. But I'm not sure there's another way they could do that better. For a game like this, you kind of need to throw them into the fire, you know? Just due to the very nature of the time loopiness of it. Well, that's kind of my idea in general, Asinius. Open it up a bit. Let us do more on the tutorial loop. I'd have to sit down and think, because I don't have mastery of this game, so I don't know. But I feel like just allowing us to do everything that doesn't require the ocarina would be sufficient opening up of activity to allow the first loop to be more interesting. Because, again, the whole point is, if you're playing this game for the first time, which we do have to keep in mind, as always when it comes to designing, as was pointed out in chat, there's a decent chance you won't actually do any of that optional stuff. You'll just manage to get the basic stuff because you're still figuring out where what is where and how, and what we do with what, and blah, 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 blah. And so it's possible you'll get to the third day and you've just done the prerequisite events in order to access the clock tower, and that's it. And that's fine. But on your second playthrough, or third playthrough, or 18th playthrough, or if you're using a walkthrough to begin with, we should have more to do, I think. other than doing a couple of minigames to get a couple of heart pieces. Yeah, I know for a fact I will never introduce... Well, I shouldn't say never. I will not introduce this game anytime soon to my niece because of the anxiety issue, because of the timer issue. I know people who are much older than her who really do not care for the timing issue of this game. In fact, I know a friend of mine personally who hates this game just because he doesn't like having that timer there. Which is fine, of course, but you get the point. Okay, so, plus the story, minus the story, plus the gameplay, minus the gameplay. There. Okay. Okay. Let's go become human again, shall we? Or Hylian, I guess, whatever. Elven? I don't know. I don't think I've ever actually used these things. What do we got here? Yeah, what do you got? Give me some hints. Oh, that's interesting. That? Okay. Interesting. Showing you where the kids are. Sure, Zilok, why not? I mean, it's going to raise the price, but that's how that works. Wow, that's just a straight-up walkthrough, isn't it? Interesting. I will consider removing the walkthrough-itis negative. Put it in italics for now. Or I'll put a question mark by it. That's almost a little bit too obvious, actually. But, whatever. We'll see what we think of it. We'll put that in italics for now. Where did the... Okay. Yeah, we're gonna have to make a point of talking to the stones periodically. See the nature of their hands. Because it looks like the optional stuff has pictures, and the mandatory stuff has, whatchafigs? Videos. Yeah, it's crazy, isn't it, Ross? That's why I linked it to you. I figured you'd find that fascinating. Bye, totally dead, Deku. Plant thing. Mask magic, as previously indicated. A melody that heals evil magic and troubled spirits, turning them into masks. I give you this mask in commemoration of this day. Fear not, for the magic has been sealed inside the mask. When you wear it, you will transform to the shape. So, again, we see the bones of Twilight Princess in this game. The idea of taking something that is, in fact, a curse and turning it into a benefit through knowledge and understanding, which is pretty much exactly what we do with the wolf form in Twilight Princess. Now that I have fulfilled my promise to you, give me the mask. ... So, a little bit of exposition time. This is called Majora's Mask. You can tell it's evil because it looks like that. It is an accursed item from a legend that is said to have been used by an ancient tribe in its hexing rituals. It is said that an evil and wicked power is bestowed upon the one who wears that mask. According to legend, the trouble caused by Majora's Mask were so great the Ancient Ones, fearing such a catastrophe, sealed the mask in shadow forever, preventing its misuse. But now that tribe from the legend has vanished, so no one really knows the true nature of the mask's power. But I feel it. I went to great lengths to get that legendary mask, and when I finally had it, I could sense the doom of a dark omen brewing. It was that unwelcome feeling that makes your hair stand on end. And now that imp has it. I'm begging you, you must get that mask back quickly or something horrible will happen. I'm begging you, you must do it. Really? You'll do it for me? No. But I'll do it for all the people who just died in Clock Tower because someone threw a moon at them. Oh, I nearly forgot. While you were gone, I found one of these. It appears to be one of those fancy notebooks the young brats carried around. And so we get the Bomber's Notebook. Now we can hit start. So, hey, there's the code. 41523. Events and people's schedules will be added automatically. Admittedly, I actually really like what they did with the Bomber's Notebook in the 3DS version. Probably going to be a positive by itself. I'm confident they'll have no trouble handling the most urgent tasks of the matter of this menacing task. You'll be fine. You're Link. You got this. You got this. We are literally a vet at this point in lore, so yeah. So now we have a start button, finally. So here's the schedule. Here's the people we do know. The Guru, the Postman, and kind of their stuff as we go through. We can set an alarm for a specific period of time. We have the events calendar, of course. We've also got the map, which shows where someone is at a certain point, which is kind of awesome. See, that's up there. Extremely useful. It is effectively a quest log in this version, except it's a really good one. So, yeah, no. Pluses. Let's see here. Correct, Jesse Ward. This is the Link that went through Ocarina of Time. So yeah, we are the Link who literally has defeated Ganondorf already. We may be in the body of a child, but we remember everything. Thanks, Zelda. I agree with the foreshadowing thing. I'm going to jot it down as a potential for right now, but I'm pretty sure this game, what I'm probably going to do is I'm probably not going to give a foreshadowing positive. What's more likely I'm going to give is what we call an internal continuity positive. A game that keeps very good track of its own internal continuity and what connects where and how, right? Which is actually a pretty rare thing in gaming, but I think this game does a pretty good job of it by memory. So we're going to jot that down as potential internal continuity. Question mark. I mean, in fairness, there's actually several Zelda games that don't have Ganondorf as their villain. Let's see, we've got Minish Cap, arguably Skyward Sword, Phantom Hourglass, Spirit Tracks, Link Between Worlds, kind of. There's a few. Breath of the Wild, yeah, I would agree with that. You know my opinion pretty strongly on that. Four Swords Adventures does have Ganon as its main boss, to its detriment, I would say. But he doesn't show up until, like, pretty far in. In fact, he doesn't actually appear until literally the last mission. No, what you're probably thinking of is there's technically another Four Swords game, which we actually won't be playing on camera, because it's literally a mini-game on top of the Link to the Past port to the GBA. And that mini-game is this very short dungeon crawl, which is the Four Swords game. And that's the one that doesn't have Ganondorf in it. Or Ganon in it, excuse me. Yeah, Link's Awakening didn't have Ganon. That's another one. Oh, okay. What am I missing? So, events, schedules, alarms, locations. Oh, yeah. That's a good question, silly idea. More likely, the adult timeline, this event never happened. Because remember, we have interactions with Skull Kid in Ocarina. So what is most likely what happened is that timeline never even had Skull Kid stealing the mask to begin with. Now, what became of the mask, who knows? It's probably still with the salesman in that timeline, and it never really comes up again. The CDI games, the CDI interactive videos, whether those have Ganon or not is not something I'm actually aware of, because I've never played them and never will. But I don't remember, to be completely honest with you. I know they have Gamelon. Okay, so a definite plus to the Bombers thing. I mean, just duh, right? Okay, so we got that. We're back to being humanoid. That mask. We now have infinite power. Yep. So we're gonna put this here. Come on. Come on. There. Stupid thing. Actually, let's do this really quick. Different sound effects, by the way, for paying attention. Which is weird. Oh, Tattle. Hey, MLP. Don't worry, we'll see plenty of Nightmare Fuel. All the Nightmare Fuel. Yeah, no, I agree with that silly idea. I think he's just a rep. Oh, right. This game is quite literally nightmare fuel. As I've said earlier, some aspects of it were literally designed based on people's nightmares they were having at the time. No, seriously, I'm not making that up. I don't remember where the mayor's chair is, but I'll make a point of it, Jesse's mask. A nightmare fusion reactor. Yeah, I can agree with that. No, that tracks, Zektaft. Mostly the word almost, which makes that work a little bit better, I think. Yeah, but I don't remember where the mayor's office is. Just ask. That's the statement. Okay, so... Oh, Tattle, and you, young one. Thank you for returning my broken and shattered body. Have some healing. Nightmare Fusion. It's a good thing to add to D&D. I'm with it. There are more stray fairies. Please find a way to save them. Allow me to grant you something. The ugliest mask in the game. Honestly, this is just whatever. But it is a mask, and we need all the masks. So mask we have gotten. And like I said, we're kind of doing everything, so... How ugly is it? Come on. Well... Need I say more? Anyways. Alright, blah 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 blah. We'll actually be using this mask a bit, but hang on. Like I said, I'm going to be following the walkthrough a bit because I don't want to miss anything, because we're kind of doing everything. Okay, we got that, we got that, we got that. We already have the Bomber's Notebook. And we do need to get another Moon's Tears. Let's do that really quick. Little fairies love hair. What are you talking about? 4, 1, 5, 2, 3, I think? Oh, sorry. I think... I wrote it down. 4, 1, 5, 2, 3. Because we're going to be doing this a couple times. Yeah, I think you're right, Saurian. We don't need to get that yet, right? Double checking. Yep, okay, cool. Oh yeah, can I access my options yet? No. Is it here? Is it here? Where's the options menu in this version? Does anyone remember? There's an options menu, right? Right? There it is. Found it. Found it. Okay. We're good. We're good. Wait, what was swimming controls? Ah, that's inverted. Okay, that's what that is. So we can do this. Whoops. God dang it. Pay attention more. You know what? You've stopped being worth my time. Goodbye. Gotta be horrifying. Very important. This is actually a horror game. I forget if you only see the transformation the first time or not. I guess we could just test that really quick. Nope. Hang on. Okay, yeah, so you can skip it. That's what happens. Thank you, Raven Zero. Much appreciate the sub, as always. I will jot that one down for Legend of Legaia. Unless Legends of Lugia is a different thing, in which case, let me look that up. Nope. I'm guessing you mean Legend of Legaia. Now, we've put the soul to rest. It's cool. Everything's cool here. Everything's cool. Yeah, the Zora one, well, we'll get there, won't we? Blah, 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 blah. Whoops. Damn it, whatever. And there's someone else I wanted to show off, too. I don't remember where he is, though. I'm gonna look around a minute. Is that him? Nope, that's just a blob. Blobs aren't people. Neither are puppies, which have bombs for tails. Why do you have a bomb for a tail? What's wrong with this planet? God. That stupid business Deku scrub. I should probably stop wasting time here. There's no cow being abducted. Don't worry about it. We're gonna save the cows. We're not gonna save the Malon wannabe. Because we want her to be abducted and then become a mute. Because that's a great idea. But yeah, Jesse's mask does bring up a good point. There is an oodle amount of dialogue in this game. Enough that it might actually warrant 2 positives. We're gonna chop those down right now. We're also going to mention, this. Okay. I mean, it's obviously not a real moon. It's too small for that. Pathetic thing. Did I get the... Did I not get the tier just now? No, I did. What the hell? Alright, whatever. Oh, it's over here, right. Found it. Recall. In a normal playthrough? That's a good question, Sabacon. We can keep track. We were at 1 so far. We are going for everything, so we're going to do a couple more loops than normal. Go. Go. It's fine, Junior Shire. It's just a massive evil moon of evilness. Consume. And consume everything. Alright, so we got that. Okay. Time to get some rupees. We're going out south first. We're kind of doing everything Pika, so that should answer your question. Yes, I can go out. I have a sword. Piss off. Jackass. I don't know Sabacom. Okay, so first we're going this way. This way? No, this way. This way. I definitely know where I'm going. I'm very smart. Yep, we're already doing side quests, by the way. Because that's this game. That's what we're doing. We want rupees right now. We want about 80 rupees. It would be ideal. There's a little bit of RNG to this, so we'll see what we get. What time is it? Okay, so it's 2:46 right now. So we got a little bit of time. We're actually doing pretty good on rupees. That's good. We're actually ahead of schedule on rupees. So we're getting really good luck. Okay, now what? Now we go back down. Is there anything up to do up here? Hang on, double checking. Yep, let's go ahead and do this guy. We actually saw him earlier. Hey, buddy. Hang on, let's rob him first. Now we talk to him. I stole those rupees from a crow. Don't go stealing them, man. And we kill him to prevent anyone from knowing of our crime. Double checking. So I'm going to be pausing a lot because of the timer. Because some of the events and some of the times through this, we're going to go ahead and kind of want to be hitting certain time markers. In fact, what we want to do is we want to be done with the thing we're doing right now by about midnight on the first day. Which I think we're going to manage, because we're getting pretty good luck here. But we're going to be a little cautious. We will eventually need 5,000 rupees. So, yeah. I mean, I'm down for that kind of option in general, Raven Zero. Especially as a New Game Plus sort of a thing. Now, speaking of which, hang on a second. So I'm not sure. We actually don't have the slow down songs right now. Does anyone remember where to get them? I actually don't remember off the top of my head. And yes, it is Pika. Scarecrow. Right. Right. Of course we do, Cyrus. Of course we do. I know exactly what that song is. So all I have to do is go to Google. I swear there's a way to get it to show up there, but whatever. There we go. I'm going to slow the current progress of time. Probably the best tool in this game, in my opinion. We're definitely going to need that when we do the frickin' tower dungeon, let me tell you what. I have actually... go ahead and make fun of me. I've had issues beating the tower dungeon in time before. Granted, that's 100% mentality, but still. You get the idea. Because time is moving slower. We got tons of time now. So we want to go down here. Down a little bit. Now, we only have the small wallet right now, so we're being a little casual about this. Perfect. So now we actually go back to town. So we can only carry 99 rupees right now. I think this is faster, I'm not actually sure. I know Goron is faster, but we don't have that yet. Yeah, I have had it. I forget the exact timing, but the bell was ringing when I was fighting the boss of the tower. The last time I played this on this playthrough, on this save. Or the save I showed you earlier. On this version of the game is what I mean. If you don't know what I mean by the bell is ringing, that's pretty much in the last, like, couple of hours of the game. Yes, I would like to deposit all my rupees, please. Thank you. We still have a little bit of time because we slowed down time, so we're actually going to get some more rupees. Double check here. Hang on. Yeah, let's go and do that right now. You can actually get this every day, and we're going to start doing that. Yeah, the bosses is probably the biggest question mark when it comes to this version. I've mentioned that before. We will be debating boss positives and negatives as we go. Remember, we do not review this relative to the original version, only the version that is, so it depends on if this version of the game is good or not when it comes to boss design. Just keep that in mind. Nevertheless, there is definitely a possibility of a negative there. Whoa! Whoa, don't do that. We'll get there. Yep, there it is. Oop. Yeah, I'll tell you one dungeon I remember disliking. Only one, actually. And that's the Frost one. Now, there's a certain point in the Frost dungeon, I don't remember where it is, people who are more familiar with this game might know this, where it's possible to be at, like, step 15 of the dungeon, right? And then to fall, and you're over here. And because you have to do that dungeon in a very specific order, figuring out how to get back to where you were from here is actually kind of a thing. It's actually the same problem we had in the Water Temple in the Master Quest version, if you were remembering. Quick. Deposit all rupees, please. And give me my wallet. There we go. Yeah, it's the vertical dungeon problem. That's exactly right. Because when I say fall, I mean literally. It's just, whoops! Oh, now what? Mistakes are punishing. Pretty sure the wallet sticks with us in future loops, which is good, because anything that sticks with us in future loops is good. We could actually get more rupees right now. What's the time, though? 5 in the evening. So we actually do have some time. One of the things I find funny is when you do the slowed time thing. So, the way this game did schedules of characters is at every point in time in the timeline, they're doing something. Now, that means if they start here at this exact point in time, and they move forward to here and get to this destination at this point in time, and you slow down time, they literally move slower. They actually, as they're going through their designated thing, because that's how the game did it. It's actually almost identical to how Oblivion would do this same concept much later. In fact, I believe Oblivion was inspired by this with regards to the schedule thing, as I talked about back in the Oblivion run. So, anyways, looks like all we need to do right now is get money. Double checking something. Hang on. Yeah, the postman's the one I was literally just thinking about on the top of my head just now. We need to be in North Clocktown before midnight. So we've got a little bit of time. Let's get some more money. Oh, hang on. Yeah, it's true. I've seen them go, wah! In the first... In fact, we saw that with the Postman again in the first cycle. And you can speed up time, too. There's a double time thing. It does show up there. It's just I have to learn it first. What's the speed up time song? Actually, you know what? Don't tell me right now. Never mind, never mind. We'll get to that later. We'll do that later. I don't need it right now. I'll need it later. Let's go to... Actually, let's just do this. Let's do this. Do this. Oh, for God's sakes. Hi! I have a weapon. Let me go. Jackass. So, you can hack Oblivion or glitch out Oblivion to change time, in which case, yes, MLP Vermin. But the thing is, you won't see the same animation thing, because what'll happen is Oblivion has checks in order to double-check those kind of things and make sure that people are showing up where they need to be, when they need to be, right? In other words, in Oblivion, there's actually the possibility of someone being like, I should be over there at this point in time. Walk, walk, walk. Teleport! Even in a normal playthrough, you've probably seen that at least once in Oblivion. Listen, I got this, okay? I can spin Jesse's Mask. I'm good, okay? By the way, I hope you're not discouraged, Jesse's Mask. I don't like the intro of this game, and I've made that clear. But I'm kind of happy. You could probably tell by my tone. I'm really looking forward to this playthrough. I do love this game. I'm looking forward to this a lot. I hope my walkthrough isn't terrible. Oh yeah, we gotta go look at the stone. We don't have the mask yet, but we gotta go look at the stone. What's up, stone? How's it going? God. There's only so much time remaining. You don't like the fact that our hat turns into a root when we spin? What kind of monster are you? How many rupees have we got? 26. I swear I'm trying to get caught up, Kimarusko. I really am. I'm so hungry, that's weird. I ate breakfast, Body. What do you want from me? Body's like, I'm sick! I'm like, I don't care! Nobody cares. Okay, she is currently sleeping. One moment, please. Is the shot working? Question mark. There's not really much of a thing as a Zelda game that doesn't sell well, unless you get into the Gaiden Zelda games. But even Gaiden Zelda games, like the ones made by Capcom, which is the Oracle games, and Minish Cap, even those sold quite well. Nevertheless, Ocarina of Time was what we call a smash hit. In case you're wondering where that term comes from, the whole idea is that it smashes records. And Ocarina of Time sold bonkers good. That being said, I'm not sure of the comparison. I can actually look that up really quick. Because I have sites that I use in order to figure out how well things sold. And yes, plural, because everyone reports things differently. So the original Majora's Mask here, they reported 3.4 million shipped units. That's exceptionally good. It's not as good as Ocarina, but that is still a damned good sales figure, especially for something at the late end of the N64's life cycle that required an accessory to use. So, yeah, no, this was definitely a hit. No, Trihexia to both questions. And plasma tech to hyper-ionize water to put out a fire? That doesn't even make sense to me. So, yes, that absolutely fits within Star Trek. Good morning, Ashlam. Now we must kill Ashlam once and for all. Here we go. Majora's Mask. What do we got here? Any new news? Yeah, no, that's still very good. 314,000 sales in the first week just in Japan. That is really good. That is really good. It is not Ocarina of Time, which was 2 million, but it's still really good. Again, this is something I talk about so often. We shouldn't compare game sales to the best of. And I talk so much about how irritating it is to me that some people say, oh, this game that sold really well is under expectations. That's all stupid, and it's all nonsense, and I've talked about it over and over and over again. Trying to aim for all the money is stupid on multiple levels. You know? Like, that's dumb. So, yes, Ocarina of Time sold better than this game. Of course it freaking did. It's Ocarina of Time. This game still sold very well. 300,000 in the first week just in Japan is stupid good. And anybody who says otherwise is an idiot. That's important to keep in mind, by the way, because, again, end of N64 life cycle, and still it requires the extra accessory to make it. And it still sold that well. That says a lot. And that is, of course, just the original N64 version. I'm not sure how well the 3D version sold. I'm not seeing any figures on that, because why would you report figures for that? That's stupid. But whatever. Let's see, it's about 7 o'clock now. We've got some good rupees. We could get more, but honestly, let's go ahead and move forward. So, let's head up here. Actually, let's pause the game for a second. Let's not pause the game. Let's let time advance. Let's have one of these new Fit Crunch bars. I've been wanting to add protein bars for a while in order to be able to not have the shakes from hunger, which I'm having right now. I'm literally shaking from hunger. I've been looking up different kind of protein bars I can have by the desk for exactly this kind of problem right now. Tastes good. So that's good. No, Pika. The Zelda fandom was divided by the Hyrule Historia. Exactly, Dakota. Just for Ashlam. We'll get some fabulous hair going on. Me to eat a protein bar, Cyrix. Sorry. I was getting the hunger shakes. I'd say you know how it is, but I actually think most people don't get that. Hey, Giga Pudding. Yeah, I'm really, really happy with how the Undertale Theater's been turning out. I hope you guys are looking forward to Chapter 2, by the way. That's starting this Saturday. It's going to be a little bit longer than Chapter 1, by about double. Go and grab a save. Yep, we're going to get the bomb bag, and the Kamaro's mask is our next task. So we just saved. Let's go. I didn't mean to do that. There we go. By the way, I like the interface. In fact, I like the interface of Ocarina of Time. I already gave a plus for that in Ocarina of Time. We're definitely giving a plus for Majora's. We might give a second. I know that sounds strange, but because of the nature of how the mask system works, being able to quickly switch masks so quickly and smoothly based on just having those hotkeys right there is extremely helpful to this game. It's one of those quality of life features I mentioned to why I prefer the 3DS version of this game. Because being able to just, bap, switch a mask like that is extremely helpful. I guess it's more into controls than interface, but it's still some good stuff. Bit of peanut stuck in my tooth. Sorry about that. That's a good question, Pika. That kind of depends on you, doesn't it? I know people who would say the time thing is a bad thing, and I know some people would say it's a good thing. If you ask me my opinion, I like it. I like a good timed schedule loop game. I should probably mention that there's only like 3 ever. But yeah. So, real quick, interface, gameplay, plus. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so let's grab this. Okay, so let me think. Let's just go ahead and wait. We're here. We've got an hour of in-game time left. I think the game looks legit, but, you know, 3DS version. Yes, the flooding has been resolved. Thank you for asking. It's actually been resolved a few weeks ago. It was the AC unit, to summarize. It's actually a really complicated thing, but it was the AC unit. That's been fixed. That's been that's been sealed over with new lining and new all sorts of stuff. Die, shrubs. You don't belong in this world. Well, is all my stuff okay? Well, a lot of my stuff isn't actually here anymore. So. I mean, one of the weird things... Northern exit. One of the weird things about this game is the bosses and eyeballs. There's certainly a thing with eyeballs, but for some reason they just decided to give the bosses eyeballs in this version of the game. In some cases, it's whatever. In some cases, it's really weird. We'll show that off as we get there. Don't worry, we got a plan. 15 minutes in game. We got this. We got this. Yeah, exactly. Apparently someone was playing too much Bloodborne in the past. Me too, Darth Tyrant. I would really like to actually live in a frickin' house. And that should be it. Question mark? Where is she? Where is she? Oh, there she is. So you see how her move speed is kind of dictated by the speed of the time we're going through? Waiting, waiting, waiting. Wait, what did I move, Savicon? What did I move? Oh, God! What are you talking about? Hi, Baron. Would you get robbed already? God! Oh, it's at my sister's house. In my sister's basement, specifically. Give me that. Blast mask. You lose life to explode. Pretty much exactly what it looks like. It's a playable bomb, is what it is. All right, so we got that. Now we need to herp to. Let's see here. To the mushroom. Okay. I didn't know that, Asinius. I believe you, though. Schedule added. Yeah, it's a good mask for when you don't have bombs and you need bombs. In fact, honestly, Ocarina could have used a similar thing, but whatever. That's horrible, Cyric. Okay. Mushrooms, mushrooms, mushrooms. Mushrooms? Hang on, let's pause, make sure we don't screw this up, because we're actually suddenly on a very limited timer, compared to earlier when we were waiting. Oh man, maple donuts sounds so good right now. I would kill everyone. I mean, I'd kill myself for a maple donut, and as I'm dying, the last thing I know is the sweet, sweet taste of maple. Farthest to the west. Okay. Excuse me. Okay, I hear it. It's probably right above me. How do I get her attention? How do I get her attention? Do I have to land on the mushroom? Oh, of course I do, don't I? The masks as a gameplay mechanic is, I mean, it's a very, very significant part of the story, so... And the gameplay. Sorry, both. That's right, no FF14 for about a day? 2 days? Something like that. Can I make that jump? I don't know if I can make that jump. Let's try it. You can make that jump. We got this. Hey, what's up? Oh. I am no longer part of the living, my sadness to the moon. I haven't left my dance to the world. I am filled with regret. Translation. I am disappointed, O moon. I have died. Oh, I planned to bring the world together and stir it into a giant melting pot with my dance. If only I taught my do dance to someone. At the very least, they deserve a kit positive Jesse's Best. Bare minimum. So hang on, let's jot some things here. So, regular masks, question mark, transformation masks in kit, question mark. Favorite transformation mask, purely by aesthetic? I'm tempted by the Zora one. So Zora or Goron, I would say. One of those two. Yeah, one of those two. Mouse. Actually, let's do this. Yeah. Also put that under story. Gameplay. Because there's a lot of gameplay and story integration in this game, and that, as usual, is a plus to both axes. That's how that works. Alright, yeah, we've talked to him. Speak with him, yada yada yada. Now we play the Song of Healing. Fuel. Hey, dude. Which one is the Song of Healing? That one. Be healed, sir, of your plight of being dead. We now have the extremely weird mask. Some of the masks in this game are just, wow. You know? I mean, you like FF11? Why don't you like... Actually, if you don't mind enumerating, Ashlyn, what don't you like about Majora's Mask? Because most people who don't like this game can enumerate why they don't, and I hear two common elements with regards to not liking Majora's Mask. One is the timer, which I've mentioned before. The other one is the general, for lack of a better way to put it, weirdness. Because Majora's Mask is a weird game. Something I have a problem with regards to Twilight as well, actually. Alright, so we did that. We now have the dance. Now we need to go to the toilet. Yep, nope, toilet time. We're gonna want to be Deku for this. We'll do the dancer girls too, don't worry. Like I said, we got a lot of stuff to do on the first night. Our schedule's kind of crammed. We're on schedule so far, though, mostly because we slowed down time. Because I screwed up getting there at first. So, alright, we need to go here, I think? Double checking. Yep, okay. Downstairs, left wall is what I need. I need to get to the latrine. Oh, this game is definitely more difficult than Ocarina. Mostly because this game, as I already mentioned, was designed for people who've already played Ocarina. Please do remember that a game being easier doesn't make it worse. Quite the contrary, Ocarina was designed to be people's first Zelda, as well as people's first video game. So, of course, it's easier. It was designed that way. But yeah, no, this game definitely does require a higher mastery than Ocarina in several ways. Latrine! Where's the latrine? Is this the latrine? No. There's the latrine. We found it! Hey, it's... What's the name of that? Beetle. The sound effect for that always reminds me of Beetle for some reason. Okay, so blah, 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 blah. I haven't gotten the deed yet. Whoops! I'm stupid. I forgot to turn in the deed. My bad. Come on. Come on. Yep, I know. This is great. Yeah, Mario World is the exact same thing. Mario World is easier than, say, Yoshi's Island, because Mario World was designed to be people's first video game. It was designed to be something that introduced you to the concept of video gaming. Yeah, you can actually use several things for this. We're going to use the deed, because we actually have no need for it once we use it. This way, I think? I am wrong. Shoot, now I'm turned around. Losing time, because I forgot to get the deed, because I'm stupid. This way? Where the hell's the exit? Oh, God. Oh, there's the exit. I see it. Alright. Let's go this way. Mech Jammer apparently just went up for sale, so that's cool. Dogs are still evil. Dog is right about to hit us. Dog hits us. Very important part of the process. Yep. The bidets in this world. Has anyone actually experienced a bidet? Because apparently one thing they're starting to do now here in the States is sell add-ons to toilets that you can just install, and now you have access to a bidet. I don't have a length limit, however, Twitch has a length limit, Ash limit. It's about 500 characters, I believe. And it is something that people have run into before, which is the reason I know that off the top of my head. But yeah, apparently you can just install a bidet to a toilet, which I have obviously not done. I mean, that is valid, Blue Alex. As I've said many times, Yoshi's Island is actually very easy, unless you go for 100%, at which point it stops being quite as easy. Don't mistake me, I love Yoshi's Island to death. I hope it reviews well once we get there. But... okay, down, to the left, down, and to the left, because we're watching JFK's assassination over and over. Nope. It was this one. Nope, it was this one. Pay attention, Laura. There we go. Alright, hey, I got some toilet paper for you. Here you go.
Yay!
Yes, Gross, by quite a margin. I am not particularly fond of that, but, you know, whatever. Okay, piece of heart. That's done. Okay, pause, because we're a little behind on time, because I got lost and forgot to do the thing. Very mature game, very mature game. Very dark game. Alright, so now we want to go to the laundry pool. And that's it. So, okay. Let's go to the laundry pool really quick. Up. Ah. Up. And out. Wait, hang on. Ashlam's telling me something, but I can't pause the game! No, I can't. I can just do this. I actually liked FF13-3. It was probably the only 13 game I actually enjoyed. Granted, I was cheating my balls off, so think of that. What you will. Do I believe all games should be an island to themselves? Let me come back to that. That's a more complex topic. We want to not be a Deku. We want to talk to him. I should probably explain what he's talking about here. So hang on, let's read Ashlam's thing. Game plans, depressing. This is more overtly depressing. Yeah, I would agree with that. All I have to say is the romance couple's final minutes. And I do mean minutes. Oh, yeah, okay. Why could a man join? 'Cause that man is an animal too, my boy. They're all great, but there was one thing I didn't like about it. The dog was the leader? Was it because something was wrong with me? Oh, that dog was an amazing leader. He was always a stellar troop, no matter what animals he had to work with. That's why I stole it. I stole the dog's mask. I stole it! I wanted it because it was the leader's mask. But I no longer need it. I'll give it to you. The Bremen mask. Which we'll use later. The leader is a good instructor. His members matured quickly, and they became adults in an instant. Yeah, the father who turns into a Gibda. There's a fun one. Alright, so now we go to the dancing troupe. Hang on, we have to put on someone's stomach really quick. Give me a second. We'll put that up here. I'm pretty sure they're up here. Yep, I'm right. Whoop, too far, too far. So, game is an island. Is there an issue with a game being made with some consideration that you've played previous entries? So I feel like I actually already answered that, so I'm guessing you weren't there for that. Of course I do, Pika. There's just a marked difference between, let's call it what it is, Mass Effect 1 and Mass Effect 2, right? I don't mean all the obvious things. What I mean is, you have to have played Mass Effect 1 to really get into Mass Effect 2, but you don't have to play anything to get into Mass Effect 1. Now, you know me, I'm a big fond? I always say that. I'm a big fan, and I am fond of character continuity when it comes to game design and everything in the universe. So, I'm fine with a game like Majora's Mask, or Mass Effect 2, or, I guess, Wind Waker would be another good example of this. I don't know, I'm trying to think of examples. Games that pretty much rely on you having played another game in order to enjoy them. It's just different. It's a different approach, and it's a different style. I always enjoy a game that it treats you as if you've never played it before, because it requires very good and careful game design to do that. There's just nothing wrong with the opposite. Does that make any sense? That's probably the worst answer I've ever given you. I apologize. Where are these twits? There they are. Mask. That's the wrong mask. Why is my mask wrong? Mask! Ah, there. We're now wearing someone's stomach. Would I say this game is darker? I actually answered that earlier, and the answer is no. It's different. Darker is a little bit different. Okay. By the way, rumors show up too in this game because, yeah. Yeah, the Bomber's Notebook is legit. It really is. So how do I dance? How do I dance? How do I dance? B. Got it. You gonna talk to me, ladies? Of course. Alright, hang on. It's dead. Ah, this frickin' kid is throwing me off. Ah, kids are the worst. Ugh. Okay, hang on. Try to get in the position that he's kind of blocking. Go away! Can't even tell if I'm in the right position now. Well, one thing that's interesting is there is a symmetry between Ocarina and Majora's, if you're paying attention. Ocarina is immediately in the wake of a terrible disaster. Majora's is immediately before a terrible disaster. Okay, this is clearly on the right position. There we go. God, that's such a creepy mask. Okay, scroll down. I mean, yeah, that makes sense, Octaft. Apparently not. Actually, I don't know, whatever. And yeah, Wind Waker is post-apocalypse, as we've talked about. Whereas Spirit Tracks is post-apocalypse. You're welcome. You are a master! I will take your heart, then. What? That's true, Twilight Princess is during a crisis, or a disaster. We've got immediately after, immediately before, during, and long after. But I do, ignoring long-term perspective, I do legitimately think that Majora's Mask was designed to mirror Ocarina. Triforce Heroes is garbage. No, I'm kidding. I've never played Triforce Heroes. And I never will. Okay. We need 100 rupees. Time is it? We've got a little bit of time. Very little time. Let's try to just get some rupees super quick, shall we? We had good rupee luck earlier, so now we're just getting ones. Like you do. Better luck. A couple blues. Give me some blues. No whammy, no whammy. Well, that depends. Who would overwhelm whom? Ganondorf or Majora? And of course, the answer is dependent entirely on your interpretation of things. Now, for me, I think Ganondorf would overpower Majora because Ganondorf is freaking Ganondorf. That's kind of his shtick. It would be bad, though, no matter how you look at that. Oh my god, two more. Come on, two more. There we go. Let's go. Yeah, exactly. I mean, Majora is strong and all, don't mistake me, but yeah, Triforce of Power, you know? You remember how we spent all that time and effort in Twilight's Princess gathering an ancient artifact of an ancient magical people, and then Ganondorf crushed it in his bare hands? I think Ganondorf could overpower Majora's Mask. I also agree with Jesse's Mask. Ganondorf getting magnified by the power of Majora would be game. It's like, well, that's that. Pack it in. We're done. Everything's over. There we go. Day 2. Almost perfect timing, actually. Dawn of the second day. That's true, Ganondorf was also very powerful before. Alright, so we talk to her. We can sell big bomb bags, which we want. Don't go picking up bomb bags in the middle of the night anymore. It's like asking to be mugged. I've actually heard a thief has been lurking outskirts of town. But it's been a lifelong dream to sell big bomb bags since your daddy's day. And since we can't get the Goron-made goods, frickin' Gorons, Is there a big chance? I just don't want anything to happen to you, Mommy. Yeah, so would you sell to me? Sell to me. Big bomb bag. Alright. Double checking. It's not a GameCube. Don't look at that GameCube. That obvious GameCube in the background. Was that in the original? Because it couldn't be, right? Because the GameCube didn't come out, right? I mean, they were designing it, though, so it's possible. You know, they had the basic design specs of it. Okay. Let's go to the Swordsman School next. Yeah, they're the ones who were very insulting towards it in their iconography, Baron, which we will showcase when we get to the tower area. He's putting on a show before the moon hits. Cool. Swordsman's place, Swordsman's place, Swordsman's place, Swordsman's place. It's none of these. Must be up. Up, 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 up. That's the post office. Is that the Swordsman place? Nope, that's the lottery. Which one is this? Where's the stupid place? Apparently it's this one. Hey dude, nice hair. There's nothing to fear. Let's do it. Expert course, right? We don't need the novice course. Yep, okay. Okay, I need 30 points. Hello? Oh, there we go. Hello? Or, okay. That was weird. Wouldn't target. Don't know if we can even succeed now that we just missed the first two entirely. Let's find out. Hey, Evo, if I didn't say hi already. Looks like no. Okay. I don't know why I wasn't targeting. Whatever. Take two. Right. I need more rupees. Okay, hang on, hang on. Let's just waste more time. Should be a thing right here? There it is. I need 3 rupees right now. Thank you. Take 2. Operation Don't Screw Up. God damn it, come on, target! Anyways. Oh, we're done. Alright. Cool. Could do something kind of weird here. There. Okay, that's done. You're wondering what I did? I took off the thing for the back on the left side so I could hit the Z button more clearly and obviously, because I was having issues with that. Oh, speaking of which, we're almost out of battery. Let's do something about that, shall we? Yeah. Turns out streaming constantly from this thing actually takes up a bit of juice. Go figure. Listen, he's wondering, sorry, and he's not sure what's going on because this is Termina, and Termina is weird. No, seriously, Termina is weird. I mean, ignoring the fact that there's literally aliens here, for God's sakes. As we'll showcase later. There we go. Okay. Did that. Out we go. It takes work, Evo. You get used to it after a bit. What's funny is I have the large, the new 3DS XL, and it's a larger screen than usual. It's like that big, but yeah. Anyways, all right. Excuse me. All right, we need to go here, I think. About ish. Yep, right here. Why are we doing this? Right. Cool. Let's not die. Did not die. Hold up. Because I hate to lose time. Just realized I haven't saved in a minute. I forget what the penalty for dying is in this one, so we're just gonna waste time. Because I hate to. It's okay, we're still at halftime, so we can probably catch up in a bit here. Take two. We are currently under slowed time, Ashland. Problem is I keep screwing up. Because I'm having issues, or the Z button wasn't working great, or whatever. Or I'm not sure where I'm going, or the walkthrough wasn't written correctly. Oh yeah, also, speaking of which, negative to gameplay, beta leaps. Don't need to make that point. It's duh. Negative to gameplay. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. Also known as the beta leap. Ah! I don't think I want to imagine a master quest of this game. Ah. Nope. So let's see what happens. Oh my god, sorry. That's funny. So, we're here. Okay, that's not terrible. We still have everything, right? Yep, okay. I guess I should check this for that. Yep, looks like we're good. Take 2. Or 3, technically. The other method, by the way. The reason we got that bomb bag. I mean, there's other reasons we got that bomb bag too, but, you know. Let me grab that. Yeah, we'll probably give the same good checkpoint plus that we did to Ocarina for the same reason. Now, where are we going now? We're going to the ranch next, looks like. Yep, okay. But yes, good checkpoints are good, just like they were in the previous game. Yeah, no, this game, I said it before, it's really minor. But, the controls are just a little bit different, but the overall result is that it plays smoother. I really can't describe it. It's all micro-optimizations. Okay, so... Milk Road. It is daytime. Yep, it is still daytime. We're still good on that. Yep. Ignore that bird. That bird steals your stuff. That bird sucks. Nobody likes that bird. Alright, where is this? Is this it? There it is. I think? We talked about this during the trilogy lore run, and we nailed it down. See, I think he's 10 in Majora's. Because we know how old he is in Ocarina's future, but I don't remember off the top of my head right now. Sorry. He's young. He's about my niece's age, actually, which is terrifying to think of. Alright, got that. Pause. Alright. Now we go to the ranch. Yep. Yeah, no, it's super young. It's like I said, it's terrifying to think of. I mean, yeah, the range makes sense. Jesse's mask, I'll give you that one. I mean, I would totally trust my niece running around with a sword. She totally didn't break, well, cut herself on broken glass is probably the simplest way to phrase that. Recently. Not really through any fault of her own, per se, just kind of playing around and not paying attention, because kids, you know. Hey to Quack. Deposit everything, please. Save. Yet my niece could go play Pokemon, which is ironic, because literally next Monday I plan to introduce her to Pokemon. The actual games, not, you know, like Pokemon Go or the card games or the plushies or anything like that. Okay, back down this way. By the way, I know I tried not to do this in Ocarina. I am definitely doing this in this version, because we're pretty much always in a hurry. So, sorry about that, but that's just how that is. I am starting her with Pokemon Let's Go Eevee Edition specifically, because that's the one I own. Okay, so we need to get the owl statue. Oh, we don't have a map here. That's weird. Right, owl statue. Activate a warp point. Save in. Yes, since I've literally reviewed that game, I feel comfortable doing so. Okay, so we got the owl statue. Tingle's here. And we do want the map here. We can't get past the block or the time. Or we could do that. Oh, okay, that's cool. Okay, so let's grab some rupees. If you told me I needed rupees. Oh, I get the point. Get some rupees. Hang on. Let's get some rupees. Working away. Keep working. Work for your master. Or, I mean, hi. Good morning, S. Diesel. Is that a fairy? That is a fairy. Jeez Louise. I just realized I don't know a fairy spot in this game. Exactly, Jesse Ward. Ignore that giant face in the sky. That's just whatever. It's weird, okay? It's Termina. It's weird. It's very weird. Hi, the old one. We're gonna ignore this place because those guys are literal scam artists, evil people, whatever you want to call it. Ah, well there you go. Fairies at owls. That's good to know. I need a few more rupees. We're gonna go do that really quick. I wish it had told me that. I would have just kept some rupees, but whatever. We'll get a few more. Listen, good dental hygiene is important, alright? We need 3. We'll go with the safe option. Listen, I'm not saying that they're pure evil and deserve to die or anything. I'm just saying that I would totally kill them if given an option. So. Not a big graphics upgrade, but it was one of those graphics upgrades where if you're paying attention, you'll see it. There's a reason this game required that memory card to run, the old one. I believe so, yes, Saber for hire. Or Saber for wife, excuse me. Saber for hire. I'd like to hire you, Saber. Sorry, Tingle, but I need your stuff. Give me your stuff. Yes, you've actually already told me this. I don't care. Please give me Romani match. Thank you. Alright. Alright. So what's double time? Because now I need double time. Thank you. I think Dream Whisperer is the one who told me that. I remembered it. Oh, we could choose a specific time to jump to? Oh, dude! Quality of life changes. Alright, so what do I need it to be? We're just skipping straight to the final day right now? Seriously? Wow, yeah, we are. Okay. Yeah, we are. Okay. I guess this is our last step we're doing for the first loop. That's cool. I do like that. Alright, so, final day. Dawn of the final day. Yep, let's just do that. Yeah, that's a great quality of life feature right there. I need to be this period of time. If I'd known that, I would have done that earlier instead of waiting, but I'm an idiot. Hey, you did it! Good job, buddy! Jesus, what a champ. Have some rupees. I've got 4 on me. We actually can't do much here right now. Aliens are abducting people who are totally not Pose. I mean, it makes sense if they're Pose, right? Yeah, it's actually, yeah, we failed to save her. So, you know, she's currently, not doing great. Don't worry, we'll save her in the next loop. Or maybe the next loop. Huh? You... Who? Who are you again? Yeah, she's kind of brain-dazed because, you know... Yeah. She was kidnapped by aliens, or Pose. Depending on how you think of it. Alright, where am I going? Okay. Back here, I think? It's one of these. She wasn't lobotomized. She was just... Okay, no, lobotomized is probably the better answer there. Yeah, she was lobotomized. Brain ripped out. By the way, much better doodad utilization in this game, which is actually the main reason I'm pointing out the room we're in right now. Although we probably should hurry the hell up, because I do have to do a really long and irritating thing in a moment here. Speaking of which, let's go ahead and get that ready to go. This. Yep, nope. Lobotomy. Definite lobotomy. This way, I think. Thank you, Edward Bedore, very much. As always. Always appreciate. And I'll jot that one down for... Human Revolution. You got it. It will eventually go up. Yes, Baron. Probably Sunday. To be completely blunt, I do not have time, and I haven't felt up to it until today. And I don't have time today or tomorrow to record it. Or Saturday. But I do plan to record it Sunday, yes. No, I know what they did. They sewed some eyes into her brain. Alright, so where's the dude? Where's the dude? Where's the dude? There's no dudes. There's just chicks. There he is. So this is a little RNG. Wish me luck. I heard it from Gramps. He says the moon's gonna fall. With something that big, it's sure to take the ranch down with it. Oh well. I might as well stay put. I can't run like I used to, anyway. My only regret is that I won't get to see these guys in their prime as roosters. If only I could move like I used to, I'd march these little dudes back around town until they grew big and strong. Okay, so we now need 10, looks like? Yep. Thankfully, the capture range isn't super close. You just have to get near them. Downside is they can walk away from you. And you can only do this on the final day unless you do the Goron trick to get in earlier. So I guess what I'm meaning is the way we're doing this is harder than it should be, but it's also more efficient to do it now, so whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 7. Help me count here. One over there? Nope. Okay, so we need the one down here. Song of Healing gets a negative to music. I will admit, if you asked me to name a song from Majora's Mask off the top of my head, I would have difficulty doing so. But I have been liking the music so far this exact playthrough, so... We're leaning towards probably on a music positive. I'll debate it when we go beyond this. Should be one more. Nope, that's everything. That's everything. Got a surprise for you. So the reason that can be irritating is not only can they move around randomly, but if you let go of B at any time, you screw it up. Just seeing these guys with a crest and all, I don't have any regrets about anything anymore. I'm perfectly satisfied. Here, you can have this from me. Nothing fancy, just an old mask I used to wear in my running days. The extremely useful bunny hood. Yeah, these guys are all roosters. Yeah, this is extremely useful. Probably the best mask in the game, with the possible exception of the Goron mask. Yeah, that one getting a permanent slot, pretty much forever. And in fact, we'll put it down, I think, for right now. It increases your run speed. Remember what I talked about? With regards to any video game, if you add something that increases run speed, you need to make it not irritating. Well, and you'll notice we don't have to roll anymore. Because we're actually faster now. Good on you. Alright, so I think that's it for our first loop. I'm double checking the walkthrough, but I think that's all we're getting this time around. Because we can do other stuff, but we'll hold off on those until later. There's actually 3 more heart pieces we could get right now. Checking a few things. Yep, okay. That's a good question. If I could do it properly. Doesn't look like it. Yeah, it doesn't speed up backwalking. Alright, so now it's time to hit our second loop. Oh no, we're gonna lose 4 rupees! 18 bombs, that kinda sucks. But we'll get those back, and we have the bomb mask if we really need them. Well, it depends on how they're done, Zactaf. Yep, 2 moons down. Gotta keep track of that, because I'm curious how many times we're gonna do that this time around. Alright, we need, we'll double check here. We need 20 rupees. Let's go get the 2 easy sources of rupees super quick, and then we'll move on. Yeah, no, it's cool, Amadeus. I don't know if it did that in the original, but I know it does it in this version, because I've seen it several times. Listen, Zalok, we could spend money on improving things, or we could spend money on making people stop asking for us to improve things. It's an easy choice if you think about it. I should have actually gotten this the last loop, too. I just forgot to. Oh, yep, thank you for reminding me. Thank you for reminding me. It's probably the first thing we should do every time we reset the day. There we go. It's okay. We've only lost probably like 20 minutes to that, so it's not the end of the world. We are going to do a dungeon, though, so we definitely need to have the inverted song of time for this. Yeah, we'll go and get the other source of easy rupees really quick. We'll fall through the floor. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's cool. Everything's cool here. Get out of my way. Honestly, we should probably do these 2 sources of rupees every loop. What, the fact that you have to talk to him each time you leave, Sarek? Yeah. Whoop, I missed. Missed again! Holy crap. Come on. There we go. Gotta rob this guy. See ya, Duddy. Alright, off we go. Remember this? Tail and I drew this with the Skull Kid when we first met him. He told us he'd been fighting with his friends, the Giants, and that they had left him all alone. And that was the beginning of his start of evil. Losing his friends. What is this, MLP? It's amazing how much they convey with things that literally don't even have bodies for normal body language. I just need one more mask. Please, God, just any other mask. I just need a quick fix. I'm good for it, I swear. Sorry, I make fun. This is actually a really sweet scene. The whole point is these are trying to build up some characterization for Skull Kid, which is important because if you're not paying attention, Skull Kid is just this horrifically evil monster. If you're paying a little bit of attention, Skull Kid is confusing because he's inconsistent. If you're paying a lot of attention, Skull Kid is a very tragic figure. As I talked about extensively, I think, during the rumination. In fairness, Skull Kid is still, in many ways, a fae, and so falls victim to the problems with that. Because, and I quote, I'm sure it was because he always plays tricks. Somebody wanted to play with him. So. Not off the top of my head, no, Amadeus. I know about the chest, and I know about the guy on the tree. So yeah, Skull Kid is a sympathetic villain. Type 2. But, as with all good sympathetic villains, that doesn't make him not a villain. He is still a villainous person. Why is Arcee the third wheel, though? She's awesome. You kidding me? Are you against Arcee, Zach Taft? I knew it. Alright, so hang on. Let me make sure we're not missing anything here. So we got that, we got that. We have the cutscene. That's cool. We're in the swamp. Our piece. It's over here somewhere. Somewhere. Here, I think? It's okay, Zach Taft. I don't blame you. I'm more a Decepticon guy myself. Where is this stupid thing? Oops. I don't see any vines. Does anybody see any vines? Get that while we're here. That's a good question, Cashel, but I can't answer without spoiling. Wait, I guess I can. Yes. And that's all I can answer. Where the hell are the vines? Thing. Oh, for God's sakes. Okay. How do you do this? How do you have a mirrored version of both walkthroughs? How is that even possible? How do you screw that up? Like, at least on the frickin' Wii version of Twilight Princess, it makes sense. Because there's literally a mirrored version of the game. Oh, wait. Just die. I'm losing time here. Where the hell are these stupid vines? I do not see these things. It's Tingle. We'll get to him in a minute. Big tree, big tree. Oh, there. I see him. God dang it. Can I help you? Okay. Now then. Scroll down a bit. Let's not do fishing now. We don't really have the money to burn on that. I wish I could find the walkthrough I used to use, but I couldn't. So, I don't know. And by used to, I mean the one I used last time. Let's get some rupees really quick. Just hoping for some blues. No blues, that's okay. Where we're going, we don't need blues. We just need to shoot Tingle down. At the height of his apex, to make sure that he takes as much damage as possible. Gotta listen to this again, because, you know... There we go. Yep, it's just... whatever. Okay. I am in fact using Zelda Dungeons walkthrough. It's as good as I've got. At the moment. Right, I can't save them. Alright, so. So we're gonna get the warp song, and then we're gonna do... We can't do the tourist thing yet. And we need to go help Komes. Okay. It's too late now, Darth Grona. I'm already losing time, so... Moving on. Following the guide. Hopefully it's a good one. Because I'm already starting to question that. Yep. Learn song, please. Best song in the game. Well, I don't mean it's the best music in the game. By the way, as usual, feel free to shout out when you hear your favorite song in this game. It is the most useful song in the game. That's actually what I meant to say. I guess we could go get the deed, but I don't know where we're using it, so whatever. Alright. Ow! Alright. Let's see. So we got the song. Not playing the N64 version. Scroll down. Sure. I don't know why the guide doesn't say to do that, but I believe you. We're gonna trust you here. Which one's oath to... Oh, never mind. I know which one oath to order is. That's probably exactly what the walkthrough is wanting me to do with Sinius, but since we're here, why not? Although, actually... screw it. We're already here. Or 1523. Yeah, sure, Amadeus. I mean, why not, right? How's the lag been, by the way, on the capture? Of course, I say that, I think I just saw a lag. Of course, Sisyphus. It's probably one of the funniest parts of the whole game for me. Personally. Good question, Trihexia. I mean, when has Koji Kondo not knocked it out of the park, let's be honest. Remind me next time we get to day 3 before I do a reset, and I'll do it. I should have done it last time, but I forgot, because I'm an idiot, so... Because we've already been to a day 3. A real day 3. Other than Devastator? No. Okay. So now... I tried to Jesse's Mask, and it wouldn't let me at first. I'm guessing I just timed it wrong or something. Oh, for God's sakes. It's okay. I would gladly blow up my face for 100 rupees. Wait. Back down. Wait, no, I need to get this... Whole reason I did all this thing. So let's just kind of move that over there into the regularly used pile. Move that over there, move that over there. Move that into the medium used pile. Okay. Handsome Jack is paying me to quit. Done! Really sorry. So I've heard good things about the Burger King one. Actually, you want to hear a funny story? So recently a friend of mine saw an advert for the McDonald's chicken sandwich that they just started selling. And it looked really bad to him. So he was like, okay, well, that sucks. You know what I'm going to do? I'm going to buy the Burger King chicken sandwich. So he did. And apparently it was quite good. So that's some kind of marketing for you. I've never made my own chicken burger, no. I should do that at some point. Admittedly, I don't like preparing chicken, so I don't have it very often. It's just such a pain, and it makes such a mess afterwards. It works, I drink from a ham. It's so accurate. I've worked in fast food, Amadeus. So... Then again, it's okay. I've looked into how food is prepped in general. Like even grocery store food. And there's this old rule. It boils down to, food's gross. And that's just all there is to it. So where do I turn in the stupid deed that I just detoured for like 5 minutes for? Oh yeah, especially meat. Medium well, thank you. Oh, okay. Here you go, buddy. Now, the Swamp Land deed. Well, that's cool. What's funny is I had a much higher standard for cleanliness when I was the manager there, but that was on me. And some of my employees complained that the other managers didn't force them to be that clean. Make of that what you will. They got to suck it, because that was my standard for cleanliness, so, you know. It's okay, I did the really bad stuff, like emptying the trash cans and doing the bathroom. That was all me. By the way. To this very day, the grossest smell I've ever smelled in my life is the combination of rotting meat and rotting Arby's sauce in that trash can. Worst smell I've ever smelled in my life. And I used to work as a janitor. Anyways, okay, so monkey, follow the woods, kill the enemy, kill Comey. Okay. Yes, I can call him Peluso, and I'm glad I didn't have my scent to smell back then. By the way, the way through this maze changes every day, which is funny. It's the first day, so right. Yep, okay, good. Turtles. Turtles suck. Tonight, I dine on turtle soup. Help me. I was busy minding my own business, picking mushrooms, and BAM! I got hit from behind. That pesky skull kid. Did he think an old hag wouldn't recognize him if he hit his face? Well, to think he's that powerful, and now I can't even move. You know everything that gives you energy? No. You're no help. You're not at all what you make yourself out to be. Excuse me, lady. I slice her face off. Jesse's mask gives me money for some reason. I don't actually know why. I wouldn't give me money, personally. Termina is Haven. It makes so much sense. Hey. Take, wake up. My potions work very well. Wait, what? Skull Kid got Takume? That's ridiculous. If it's just the Skull Kid, what harm could he possibly do? Oh, well, if that's true, take this potion to her. You got a bottle... Which is the important part. Yeah, I would actually say the enemy variety in this game is a bit better than in Ocarina. Especially when we get to the eastern areas, my goodness. And then I could go walk up to him and be like, hey, look, I brought you a health potion. Thank you for the donation, Jesse's Mask. Always appreciate. And that's going towards giving more positives to the game. You got it. Oh, God, really, Monobrent? I might have done that. I don't know. Put it towards the last Guardian. You got it. Alright, so. We're going to save her, right? Like, that is the goal here. If you do accidentally drink it, just return to her, and she'll tell you how hopeless you are. Okay, so, what is this? This is day 1, which is red. So, we're going to follow the red line. Because we're apparently in Tokyo now. Or London Underground. It's another reference. I don't know. It's hard to make a reference to public transit living in the States, because there's like 3 good public transit in the entire country. I've been on all 3 of them. I mean, it's whatever, Jesse's Mask. I'm a very firm believer in the fact that people, in general, myself included, should have the right to have better jobs. In general. But, you know. Worker party and all that. There you go. So, in other words, see you around, Baron. Nobody should have to do the jobs I did, but it's whatever. What? Jesse's Mask? Kume is revived! And then she turns into Twin Rova. That would be funny. I'm the swamp tour guide. I run the boat cruise. Place! Okay. She's saved. What do we got here? Alright. Blah, 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 blah. Scroll down a bit. Okay, so now we get the quote-unquote primary quest. Maybe. I mean, I get around with a car too, I drink from ham, but in my defense, it's the only real option. Right? Let me be very clear. I'm actually very in favor of good public transit, but the problem is you have to add that word good to the beginning of that sentence. And that's harder and more expensive to do than most people are willing to do. Let's see here. Just double checking here. Is Zelda 2? Yes, Zelda 2 is on the Zelda block. It's, I could actually pull up the list. I got it right here. Give me a second. The Zelda block will be in order: Skyward Sword, Minish Cap, Four Swords Adventures, Link to the Past, Link Between Worlds, Oracle of Ages, Oracle of Seasons, 1, 2, Phantom Hourglass, Spirit Tracks, Breath of the Wild. But yeah, there's a couple of college towns I've lived in which have had public transit. Notice that I do not add the word good to the beginning of that sentence. Anyways, I like Zelda 2. I've actually done a video on Zelda 2. It's a Then and Now series. I don't think it's going to review very well, to be completely honest with you, but there are parts of that game I actually quite enjoy. In all honesty, though, I agree with what Pro Jared said some time ago. Zelda 2 is actually a really good game up until one exact point in the game, and then it just plummets in quality. And, we'll talk about that when we get there. Alright, so, we've done Swamp Tourist Center. Where's the Swamp Tourist Center? Where are we at? Is that the Swamp Tourist Center? That looks like the Swamp Tourist Center. Let's go there. I mean, you don't have to, Pillars of Snow. Oh, what's the first thing you're going to do, Pillars of Snow? Everyone, it's an old, for those who don't know, it's an old tradition when a new MMO comes out to come up with a list of the first thing you're going to do, right? The very first activity you want to engage in. So what's the first thing you want to do? Take the new jobs to Boja. Ironically, that's probably what I'm going to do, too. Ironically, because, you know, much of the expansion doesn't matter for me yet. I just need to keep leveling everything. That's my goal. In preparation for the stream, the FF14 block. Yeah, of course you can, Goofy Movie. All kinds of stuff. Alright. Boat. Right, where are we going? Okay. Looks like we're going to the Deku Palace now. Just double checking. We are going to go ahead and grab this. Now that we're here. Remember that I got this later when it tells me to get it. See you around. I drink from a ham. Do have a good one. Interesting. So now we talk to Tingle's father. That's him. Oh, wait, is this your first time to the swamp? This is Tingle's dad. In that case, try our famous boat cruise. It's a loop of the swamp by way of the Deku Palace. Of course, swamp's been kind of poisoned lately. There's also a huge, horrible monster. No wonder business is slow. Boat cruise reservations are handled by that window over there. Ume. Hey, thanks for what you did. Special deal, I'll let you take the cruise for free. And you got the camera. I forget. I don't think we need to take a picture of this first boat cruise. Double checking the walkthrough just to be sure. Take a picture of Tingle. Nah, I'm just reading ahead. We're good. Dead ahead, you'll see a rowdy big octo. On the way through, out is through. We'll be nudging the big guy momentarily, so hold on to your britches. Hell of a way to die. This doesn't say anything about taking pictures. Is it not going to tell me how to take pictures? It's supposed to be 100% guide. Whatever. Deku Palace, yay! You have strange powers, no? I mean, yeah. We've been watching you from forest. Lately this swamp is filled with poisonous water. Woodfall temple across swamp strange, but me no able to find temple entrance. Temple for Deku only. Brother went to see Deku Princess to find temple. It no go well. Now brother captured by Deku. Brother in palace. He in swamp in big danger. Help! Okay, hang on. Probably Amadeus. I'm just gonna assume the guide knows what it's talking about. It's a dangerous presumption, but I'm gonna trust the guide here. Oh, I should probably get that. While we're here. So these are not warp points, they're just straight up save points. Which I'm okay with. This is the palace of the Deku Kingdom. Only those on official business may enter. But you may enter to see the public humiliation of the foolish monkey who angered our king. Follow this hall straight to the royal chamber. Do not enter any other area whatsoever. Jump into the fire. Very important. Now that our beloved princess is missing, the king has been unable to keep his cool. I fear the princess may be caught up in some kind of trouble, as that monkey claims. But in his current state, the king can't even send troops out to look for her. What are we to do? I haven't seen your face before. You visiting? Usually I wouldn't let the likes of you in my royal chamber, but today is different. We're about to punish the foolish monkey who kidnapped the Deku princess. He has insulted the royal family. I'll show him what happens when you do that. That foolish monkey is in the cage. Take a good look at his stupid, ugly, terrible, awful, no good, ugly face. They keep saying I kidnapped her. No matter how many times I say it, it's not going to bring the princess back. If they're not careful, the princess will fall victim to a monster. Please believe my words. I believe nothing. Oh, won't let me go into the fire. Alright, this section. Exactly. I should be allowed to kill myself. Negative for lack of suicide. Is my brother alright? Did you see the entrance to the cage? We know the secret route there. Enter secret route from the outer garden entrance. But entrance in tall place no one can reach. Need bean from bean cellar. Live beneath palace garden. Understand? Yes. Oh, you smart. Plant bean, do thing, help brother. Okay. This way, I guess. There we go. Let's give me my camera angles. Alright. Damn it, hang on. Maybe it's the top one? Let me in. Hey, Doom Rider. Oh, there's no top one. Whatever. So I guess we have to go this way. Alright, whatever. I don't actually remember the route here. Hello. Oh, dang it. Okay. Apparently those block movement. That's the problem I'm running into. Yeah, Hepora Gabora really taught me well, let me tell you what. Okay, so I guess I have to go that way? Since that blocks movement, I can't go through there. So let's go over here. Hang out over here. Go around. Go around this way. Back with the lung. Very important. Trying to figure where we are. Bell's going off in the distance because it's almost nighttime. Ah! Damn it. Alright, whatever. Damn it. The only way to progress is to button mash. We all know this. It is the true path to victory. There we go. I mean, it's nighttime right now and I don't see it, Doom Rider, so I don't know. And grab. Alright. Just occurred to me, I could be doing this like this. I probably should be. Keep running. Never stop running. Okay, other side. Whoop, get turned around. Oh gosh, camera. Alright, there we go. Next. Okay, for realsies this time. Yeah, they're very Metal Gear Solid guards, which is apropos given the time this came out in. Listen, yeah! Damn it. I'll stay this way now. We gotta bounce later. Come on. I made it. Okay. Damn it. Okay. They caught me! Because my lung was trying to leave my, my body. I'm not sure why. I've treated you so well, Lung. I even recently gave you better air. Why do you hate me so? The Lung's like, it took you too long. Okay, slow down. And then we wait very patiently. Very. Okay, go. Is this the spot? Nope. Come on. There we go. Can't see what I'm doing. Still can't see what I'm doing. Alright. Got a dude. Another dude. Got dudes everywhere. It's a total dude fest. Up. Ooh, don't see me. Don't see me. Okay, thank you. Thank you for not seeing me. We here at the Lore Walkers appreciate it when you don't see me. Okay. Hey, dude. You're the first customer I've had in a long time. Do you need any magic beans? I'll give you one free sample. Thanks for the stuff. You can get to the outer garden from over by the fountain. Find the soft soil there you can use. You can plant beans whenever you want, but if you don't water them, their leaves don't grow. Well, thanks, buddy. Alright. It's a shame we don't have the stone mask. That would make this very easy. It's not the second day yet, is it? Nope. Okay. We need to go do that. Alright, we can do that. Yep, okay. So let's go ahead and equip the bottle. Get some water. Alright, where are we? Okay. Okay, well, whatever. Well, that's where we need to be anyway, so let's do it. Plant! Are you making me do it manually? Fine. Why do we have to be human to plant something? Yeah. We have hands as a Deku. Thank. Think. Yeah, we do. We do. I can see him. Okay. Now the hard part. By memory, this is the part I screwed up a bunch back in the day. Mostly because any failure means having to start kind of over. So, let's go this way. That's valid, Pyro. I'm not actually sure where I'm going. I guess that is where I'm going. Alright, okay, cool. And we're dead. Cool. That's cool. Everything's cool. Where the hell am I? It's a good question. I'm not sure if we have opposable thumbs. It's hard to see. I can tell we at least have some fingers. Gonna refill while we're here, just in case. I do like this song, by the way. I'm not sure it's my favorite song, because I'm pretty sure there's another song I like more than it, but this is a good song. I like it. Concentrating a little bit because I really don't want to screw up again. We've already wasted a lot of time this day, or this cycle. But we still have a whole dungeon to do. Which we'll be doing after the lunch break, by the way. For the curious. That was literally my thumb slipping. Hey, Mr. Red. Congrats. I don't blame you, Ross. Stone Tower Temple is... well, it's mean, to put it nicely. No, you're not, Mr. Red. Fine, I get it. Then I shall say nothing more to you. Punish me or do whatever else you might. Oh, okay. How did you get in here? Shh! If they see you, they'll capture you. What? My brother asked for your help? Ugh, I'm terribly sorry. Just try to cut the rope. We'll talk after that. Okay. Yep, maintenance, Mr. Red. What? Why aren't you slashing? That's very strange. Okay, whatever. We'll do it this way, then. No? Okay. That's cool. I can do this. Apparently Wait, you don't have to have something that can make a lot of noise like a loud instrument. You have one, show it to me. That's okay. I do. That tiny thing will ever do. Don't you have something else? Yeah, actually. Oh, you have them! Just like the princess, the Deku pipes! These will work great! By the way, who are you? Well, that's not important now. Just listen to me. I was trying to find out about the poison in the swamp, so I went to Woodfall Temple above the waterfall. But the temple had become a monster's lair, and the princess was captured by the monster. Since the Deku King thinks I kidnapped the princess, he won't listen to a word I say. Now the princess is in trouble, so I must somehow hurry to the temple and save her. You understand? No. So that means you'll go in my place and save the princess. I mean, that's kind of my speciality. Okay, here's the melody. Very melodic. Excuse me. Of course, all the guards hear us, because why wouldn't they? The melody awakens those who have fallen into deep sleep. Everyone, did you hear that? This melody, which only the Deku royal family knows. It proves the foolish monkey deceived the princess so he could enter the temple. Everyone, let the monkey's punishment commence! You better take the other pathway to the temple, but you must hurry. If you don't, I'll be punished by the Deku King. I hate this guy so much. Oh my god, Lieutenant Leroy, why? Why would you do this to me? Well, who likes boiled monkey? 'Cause that sounds gross to me. Pretty sure this is where I'm going. Hang on. Oh, hey, that's where we're supposed to get the Song of Soaring in the N64 version. And there's the dungeon. Yep, okay. Dude, stir-fry's legit. What are you talking about? Listen, Lieutenant Leroy Jenkins. You're awesome. Really. I'm afraid you're too awesome for me to deal with. Afraid we're gonna have to jump on some mushrooms to go up a waterfall. I mean, I've always wanted to eat baboon, but, you know, whatever. Actually, I've always wanted to eat crocodile, too. I know people who have had crocodile. Now, I've had shark. That's some good stuff. Very sweet. This is interesting. I can't believe that didn't hit me. Not complaining. Alright, Lieutenant Leroy, you know I'm going to ask the question of where you want to put all that. Yeah, I'm going to ask you to wait just a moment until I get up to the save point up here. And don't fail at getting to the save point up here. I've also never had snake. Woodfall Temple. Kind of. We're not quite there yet, actually. So we gotta go... I don't remember what this is. It doesn't even say in the guide. It's just, it's junk. It's garbage. Good to know. I have not had rabbit. My grandmother has had rabbit. Which may sound like a weird thing to point out, but the specific reason she has had rabbit is because I keep hitting the wrong button. Oh, that's interesting. The specific reason she's had rabbit is because she was alive during rationing. which, for those of you not aware, that was a thing during World War II here in the States, and probably in other countries as well. So, certain types of meat were a little bit easier and cheaper to get a hold of. Oh, right, we don't have the pieces. Can we refill at least? I don't actually remember. Nope. Oh, maybe. Yep, yeah, refill. Good. Depends, Ross, but I'll probably lean towards pork. See, the thing is, there's several aspects of pork I don't like tenderloin, for example. No, thank you. And then there's some types of pork I love, like bacon or a good roast ham. Well, that's interesting. I can hit him from here. Oh yeah, I can totally hit that. Oh, hi, third. Can you imagine if I made you play this game for then and now? That'd be a trip. Here, play one of the hardest Zelda games. Probably, I'd say the third hardest Zelda game ever made. As one of your first Zeldas. No walkthroughs. Yeah, pulled pork? Yeah, I know, I'm with that. Like I said, it kind of depends, because obviousness. Save. And unlock a spot. Zelda 2 and arguably Breath of the Wild. Savicom. Breath of the Wild's kind of an interesting case, because it's one of those games that's not really all that hard, except when it totally is. The combat in Breath of the Wild is, in my opinion, quite enjoyable, but it is also rather, well, difficult. I don't have a better way to put it. You try fighting a golden Lionel sometime and talk to me about the combat of Breath of the Wild. Now, it's awesome. I love those fights, but, you know... Okay. Dungeon unlock. Finally. It's almost the second day. We have taken way too long to get here. I hope we have enough time to finish it. Let's get on in here. Minish Cap is also pretty rough. The Capcom one. Yeah, this is no Stone Temple Tower. Speaking of unusual music. So, we're going to go and pause. We're not... So, funny thing, some of you may or may not be aware of this. I'm using custom firmware to run custom software while running custom software to capture the video, right? That's how I'm streaming from my 3DS. And you're probably thinking, you've said this several times, why do we care, Lore? Well, it's a little finicky, and it means I pretty much cannot close my 3DS while I'm running it, or that will severely mess with it. So every time we pause, I just have to leave this sitting here on my desk. Just leaving it alone, hoping nothing breaks while I break for lunch. But before I do break for lunch, thank you so much, Lieutenant Leroy Jenkins. You are awesome and very, very much appreciated. Thank you so much. We are, of course, at lunch break. When we come back from the lunch break, we'll do Woodfall. Hopefully, we'll do okay here, because we got to find some fairy pieces while we're here. But, yeah. And, yeah, I guess that's it. We'll have to... so, if you want to think about this, too, one of the things I like to do during lunch break is I like to process a little bit what we've just been through. And I'm going to be mentally processing what we've just been through and think about any positives or negatives that might be designed. Because remember, Zelda games are very much in between dungeon, dungeon, in between dungeon. We just did a fairly long in between dungeon section, so we're going to be thinking about that as we go through. And by we, I mean I will be thinking about that. So feel free to think with me and debate that, because we've got like the Metal Gear Solid section, and we've got the section in the woods where we have to rescue Kame and all that fun stuff, right? So I'll see you in a bit.